Do you feel like you don't speak enough Spanish? That you need to know more words? Then stick around. With these lessons, you'll pick up some of the most common words in just a few minutes. Now, this video is a small portion of our learning program. To get the full lessons, translations, and fluency fast study tools, click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosa and today we'll be doing the 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. So let's begin. Frigorífico, refrigerator. Frigorífico, which means refrigerator. Cuando el frigorífico se estropeó, tuvimos que tirar mucha comida. When the refrigerator broke down, we had to throw away a lot of food. Correr, run. Me gustaría algún día correr una maratón. I would like to someday run a marathon. Espantapájaros, scarecrow. Me gusta cuando la gente viste a los espantapájaros como si fueran personas. I like when people dress up scarecrows as if they were people. Exquisito, delicious. Fuimos a un restaurante muy caro y toda la comida era exquisita. We went to a very fancy restaurant and all the food was very delicious. Idiosincrasia, idiosyncrasy. The next word is idiosincrasia, which means idiosyncrasy. Una de sus idiosincrasias es lavarse las manos cada hora. One of his idiosyncrasies is washing his hands every hour. Perro, dog. Cuando era pequeña tenía miedo de los perros. When I was a child, I was scared of dogs. Niño, child. Cuando era niño se portaba muy mal con los otros niños. When he was a child, he was very bad to the other children. Paraguas, umbrella. The next word is paraguas, which means umbrella. Siempre me olvido el paraguas en los sitios. I always forget my umbrella at places. Pelo, hair. The next word is pelo, which means hair. Me corté el pelo hace poco. I cut my hair recently. Pingüino, penguin. The next word is pingüino, which means penguin. Me gusta la forma de andar de los pingüinos. I like how penguins walk. So this is the end of today's 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. I hope you learned something and thank you very much for watching this video. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye! Pingüino again. Pingüinos. Yeah. Hi everybody, I'm Rosa from SpanishPod101.com. Do you know what monsters Spanish people are scared of? In this lesson, you'll learn about 3 scary monsters in Spain. Let's start with the most popular monster. Hombre del saco. Hombre del saco. It means sack man. This is an ugly, demonic old man with a sack. The horrific sack man visits homes at noon to catch disobedient and misbehaving children. That sounds pretty scary, right? You might have heard about the next monster. The next one is sacamantecas, or mantequero. Sacamantecas, or mantequero. It means fat extractor. A sacamantecas is a humanoid monster, like the boogeyman. This monster looks like a man, but kills people and children to feed on their fat. Living in deserted areas, the sacamanteca often lure lonely travelers to their death. Okay, here's the last monster, pesanta. Pesanta. Have you heard of this next one? This is the weevil. The pesanta is a huge, terrifying black dog. A big black dog with steel paws sneaks into bedrooms to sit on sleeping people's chests. This way, it causes them sleep paralysis and nightmares. It lives in abandoned churches. Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. Listen to the names of each monster and repeat after me. Sackman. Hombre del saco. Hombre del saco. Fat extractor. Sacamantecas or mantequero. Sacamantecas or mantequero. Weevil. Pesanta. Pesanta. Well done! Did you know there's a similar holiday to Halloween in Spain? The Día de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, is a Spanish festival similar to Halloween, and it is celebrated on November 2nd. On this day, it is believed that the souls of the departed join the living for 24 hours. This occasion is celebrated with festive meals and gifts for the dead. And that's it! You just learned about 3 of the scariest monsters in Spain and about Día de los Muertos, the Spanish festival similar to Halloween. Now, learn Spanish twice as fast by downloading all your PDF cheat sheets, including survival phrases, pick-up lines, business etiquette, and more. Check out the description below and go to SpanishPod101.com now. I'll see you next time. ¡Nos vemos! Oh, no. Thinking, but I won't see the next. Well, I was a bit like human. Facts. Yeah.
Okay. Can we say?
Cheat sheets.
Yeah.
Cheat sheets. Cheat sheets. PDF cheat sheets. I'll see you next time. Nos vemos. Hi everyone, this is Rosa, and today I'll be teaching you 15 ways to remember words, and these ways were submitted by fans. So let's start! A menudo veo vídeos en la televisión o YouTube que están diseñados para los niños pequeños. I often watch TV or YouTube videos that are designed for young children. Yeah, I think it's a really good way. Like, also when I want to learn a new language, like I watch some cartoons because they are always easier, and I think that really helps. Aprendo sobre las raíces de las palabras y cómo las diferentes palabras se relacionan entre sí. I learn about the roots of words and how different words are related to each other. Yeah, I think it might make easier if you know why the words are formed like that. So if you know that, you can then know how to form the words, and everything gets easier. Asocio nuevas palabras con historias, juegos o películas. I associate new words with stories, games, or movies. It's always a good way to remember, like to associate things, like these mnemotechnical, strategies. Like, for example, to remember kanji in Japanese, there are some books that relate like each ideogram with like a kind of story, so then you remember the meaning and everything, and it's quite useful. It works. Asocio nuevas palabras con palabras que suenan similares en mi idioma natal. I associate new words with words that sound similar in my native language. Well, this might work for some languages, but I don't know if this works for all of them. For example, Spanish and English, I think that would work. Asocio palabras con dibujos, fotos y escenas divertidas. I associate words with drawings, pictures, and funny scenes. So yeah, I think this is more appropriate for what I said before, like the kanji. Some of them you can kind of infer what they are, like what they mean. Like if you have like a drawing, like they are similar to what they mean, so I guess that. Clasifico nuevas palabras con otras palabras relacionadas que ya conozco. I categorize new words with other related words that I already know. Yeah, I think it makes it easier if you can kind of classify and order things. Escucho canciones y me aprendo las letras. I listen to songs and memorize the lyrics. I think this is a really good way. Also, it's a way that you enjoy, like you like this, to listen to these songs and everything, so I think it comes to you like easier. You're not doing that much of an effort maybe, like because you're having fun. Hablo tan a menudo como sea posible con los nativos del idioma. I speak as often as possible with native speakers. Yeah, I think this is the best thing you can do. I mean, you can like read as many books as you want and listen to films or songs or everything, but to really learn a language, like you need to like speak it with native people. Leyendo lo más posible, en especial el periódico, me ayuda a recordar palabras. Reading as much as possible, especially the newspaper, helps me to remember words. Like if you see the same word like used a lot of times, like you get to remember that more easily than if you just have a list of words and try to memorize every of them. And also you are seeing these words in a context, so you know how to use them and how they are used by the people. So it's a good way. Soy persistente en la práctica diaria hablando con mi familia o con mis perros, a pesar de que no me entienden. I am persistent in practicing every day by talking to my family or my dogs, even though they don't understand me. Why not? Well, you can also talk to yourself, right? But yeah, it's very important to be constant. I think it's like the most important point. Like you have to be constant to learn a language. You just cannot study it for a week and then, okay, the next month I will study a bit more. Like you have to be constant. Trato de usar el lenguaje de forma cotidiana en el contexto de la vida cotidiana. I try to use the language routinely in the context of daily life. It's important to try to use it as much as you can, I guess. Because sometimes you have to adapt the language depending on their situation, depending on who you are talking to. So it's important to know how you really use the language in your daily life, like how it changes. Like not learning just from some book, but learning it in like practicing in your day-to-day life. Yo uso la repetición, leyendo, escribiendo y hablando las palabras una y otra vez. I use repetition, reading, writing, and speaking words over and over again. I used to do that. The only problem is that I normally forget like pretty quickly after that, but well, maybe there are some people that... Well, I guess if you do that in a constant way, like it's not like you repeat these words one day and then don't do that after that. Maybe if you go back to these words, like it can help you. I think it can be a good way then. Yo digo palabras en voz alta para poder realmente escucharlas. I say words out loud so that I can actually hear them. It's very important because sometimes we don't say them out loud and then we are kind of afraid to pronounce it. We don't really know how to do it, so it's nice to know. Even if you can, like record yourself with a mic or something, so you can hear yourself talking and you can know like whether you are pronouncing it right or not. Yo intento pensar en español para que se incorpore naturalmente a mi proceso de pensamiento. I try to think in Spanish so it becomes natural to my thought process. Well, it's fine. It's like you're using Spanish during your day, so like if you're thinking in Spanish, you are also thinking in ways you can form new sentences and use the words you learned. So yeah, I think it's a good way. Like if you don't have anyone to talk to in Spanish, it can also be nice to try to like talk to yourself and make your sentences. Usar tarjetas, use flashcards. I have like some apps in my mobile phone, so especially to learn Japanese, it's really helpful. Like they show you new words and the translation. Then you get these flashcards repeated, and depending on whether you are answering them right or not, like they show you these cards more often or not. So yeah, I think it really helps to memorize words. So this is the end of today's 15 ways to remember words submitted by fans. I hope you liked it. If you have any other ways to memorize words, please tell us. And thank you for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Hola a todos, soy Rosa. En esta lección me gustaría hablaros acerca de un día celebrado por todos los hispanohablantes. Es el Día de la Hispanidad, celebrado el 12 de octubre. Conmemora el descubrimiento de América por parte de España y el nacimiento del Imperio Español. ¿Sabes con qué otros nombres se conoce esta celebración? Os enseñaré la respuesta al final del vídeo. La gran importancia que tuvo el descubrimiento de América ha hecho que el 12 de octubre se convirtiera en un día remarcable. Con este hecho se iniciaron las relaciones entre Europa y América. Estas relaciones revolucionaron la visión del mundo de ambos. Es conocido que este día, sin embargo, no se supo que se había descubierto un nuevo continente. Cristóbal Colón siempre creyó haber llegado a la India. Después se continuaron realizando viajes por esta ruta. Finalmente, el florentino Américo Vespucio recorrió parte de la costa de América del Sur y se le considera el primer europeo en comprender que esas eran tierras pertenecientes a un continente desconocido hasta entonces. En 1913, el presidente de la Unión Iberoamericana, Rodríguez Sampedro, creó esta festividad para estrechar los vínculos que unían a España con los países latinoamericanos. En España, el Día de la Hispanidad coincide con la Fiesta Nacional de España, y es además la misma fecha que el Día de la Virgen del Pilar, patrona de la ciudad de Zaragoza y de España. En Madrid, para la celebración de este día, se realiza un imponente desfile militar en el que participan todas las unidades del ejército, aviones, tanques y otros cuerpos. A este asisten el rey junto a la familia real y los políticos más importantes del momento, además de representantes de las autonomías españolas. El Día de la Hispanidad es además jornada de puertas abiertas en muchos museos y palacios madrileños. Existen también diversas actuaciones en el Instituto Cervantes de Madrid y exposiciones especiales. En 2002, el presidente venezolano Hugo Chávez y el ministro de Educación Superior Samuel Moncada cambiaron el nombre de esta fecha por el de Día de la Resistencia Indígena, pues consideran que no fue un descubrimiento lo que se produjo, sino un genocidio donde los aborígenes americanos sufrieron los ataques de la población española. Y ahora voy a daros la respuesta a la pregunta que lancé antes. ¿Sabes con qué otros nombres se conoce esta celebración? En España, el término oficial en la actualidad es el de Fiesta Nacional de España. No obstante, existen otros términos empleados para designar esta festividad: Día Nacional de España, Día de la Patria, Fiesta de la Hispanidad, Día de la Raza en la mayoría de los países hispanoamericanos o Día de la Resistencia Indígena en Venezuela. ¿Qué tal esta lección? ¿Aprendiste algo interesante? ¿Cómo se celebra la fiesta nacional en tu país? Por favor, deja tu comentario en SpanishPod101.com. ¡Hasta la próxima!
Now, if you're wondering how to remember these words forever so that you can start speaking more and more, here's how. 1. Review them with our spaced repetition flashcards. Our flashcards will drill these words into your long-term memory. 2. Save the words to our word bank, your personal collection of words, where you can print out physical study sheets. And 3. Watch our looped vocabulary slideshows on repeat until you understand every word. You'll find these tools inside our learning program. Just click the link in the description to get them.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosa and today we'll be doing the 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. So let's begin. Frigorífico, refrigerator. Frigorífico, which means refrigerator. Cuando el frigorífico se estropeó, tuvimos que tirar mucha comida. When the refrigerator broke down, we had to throw away a lot of food. Correr, run. Me gustaría algún día correr una maratón. I would like to someday run a marathon. Espantapájaros, scarecrow. Me gusta cuando la gente viste a los espantapájaros como si fueran personas. I like when people dress up scarecrows as if they were people. Exquisito, delicious. Fuimos a un restaurante muy caro y toda la comida era exquisita. We went to a very fancy restaurant and all the food was very delicious. Idiosincrasia, idiosyncrasy. The next word is idiosincrasia, which means idiosyncrasy. Una de sus idiosincrasias es lavarse las manos cada hora. One of his idiosyncrasies is washing his hands every hour. Perro, dog. Cuando era pequeña tenía miedo de los perros. When I was a child, I was scared of dogs. Niño, child. Cuando era niño se portaba muy mal con los otros niños. When he was a child, he was very bad to the other children. Paraguas, umbrella. The next word is paraguas, which means umbrella. Siempre me olvido el paraguas en los sitios. I always forget my umbrella at places. Pelo, hair. The next word is pelo, which means hair. Me corté el pelo hace poco. I cut my hair recently. Pingüino, penguin. The next word is pingüino, which means penguin. Me gusta la forma de andar de los pingüinos. I like how penguins walk. So this is the end of today's 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. I hope you learned something and thank you very much for watching this video. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye! Pingüino again. Pingüinos. Yeah.
Hi everyone! Do you know how to say
I love you in Spanish?
In this lesson, you'll learn 3 different ways to say it. Let's start with how to express your feelings to your loved one.
Te amo. Te amo. Te amo.
Or if you want to explain those butterflies in your stomach, you can say
Me estoy enamorando de ti. Me estoy enamorando de ti. Me estoy enamorando de ti.
And when you feel that I love you is not enough, you can say
Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti.
You just learned 3 different ways to say,
I love you in Spanish.
and if you're interested in learning more, don't forget to download your free Romance and Love cheat sheet, which includes romantic words, compliments, and pickup lines. Check out the description below and go to
SpanishPod101.com now.
See you next time!
Hi everyone, this is Rosa and today I'll be teaching you 15 ways to remember words and these ways were submitted by fans. So let's start! A menudo veo vídeos en la televisión o YouTube que están diseñados para los niños pequeños. I often watch TV or YouTube videos that are designed for young children. Yeah, I think it's a really good way. Also when I want to learn a new language, I watch some cartoons because they are always easier and I think that really helps. Aprendo sobre las raíces de las palabras y cómo las diferentes palabras se relacionan entre sí. I learn about the roots of words and how different words are related to each other. Yeah, I think it might make easier if you know why the words are formed like that. So if you know that, you can then know how to form the words and everything gets easier. Asocio nuevas palabras con historias, juegos o películas. I associate new words with stories, games, or movies. It's always a good way to remember, to associate things, like these mnemotechnical, strategies. For example, to remember kanji in Japanese, there are some books that relate each ideogram with a kind of story, so then you remember the meaning and everything, and it's quite useful. It works. Asocio nuevas palabras con palabras que suenan similares en mi idioma natal. I associate new words with words that sound similar in my native language. Well, this might work for some languages, but I don't know if this works for all of them. For example, Spanish and English, I think that would work. Asocio palabras con dibujos, fotos y escenas divertidas. I associate words with drawings, pictures, and funny scenes. So yeah, I think this is more appropriate for what I said before, like the kanji. Some of them you can kind of infer what they are, what they mean. If you have drawing, like they are similar to what they mean, so I guess that. Clasifico nuevas palabras con otras palabras relacionadas que ya conozco. I categorize new words with other related words that I already know. Yeah, I think it makes it easier if you can kind of classify and order things. Escucho canciones y me aprendo las letras. I listen to songs and memorize the lyrics. I think this is a really good way also. It's a way that you enjoy, like you like this to listen to these songs and everything, so I think it comes to you like easier. You're not doing that much of an effort maybe, like because you're having fun. Hablo tan a menudo como sea posible con los nativos del idioma. I speak as often as possible with native speakers. Yeah, I think this is the best thing you can do. I mean, you can like read as many books as you want and listen to films or songs or everything, but to really learn a language, like you need to like speak it with native people. Leyendo lo más posible, en especial el periódico, me ayuda a recordar palabras. Reading as much as possible, especially the newspaper, helps me to remember words. Like if you see the same word like used a lot of times, like you get to remember that more easily than if you just have a list of words and try to memorize every of them. And also you are seeing these words in a context, so you know how to use them and how they are used by the people. So it's a good way. Soy persistente en la práctica diaria hablando con mi familia o con mis perros, a pesar de que no me entienden. I am persistent in practicing every day by talking to my family or my dogs, even though they don't understand me. Why not? Well, you can also talk to yourself, right? But yeah, it's very important to be constant. I think it's like the most important point. Like you have to be constant to learn a language. You just cannot study it for a week and then, okay, the next month I will study a bit more. Like you have to be constant. Trato de usar el lenguaje de forma cotidiana en el contexto de la vida cotidiana. I try to use the language routinely in the context of daily life. It's important to try to use it as much as you can, I guess. Because sometimes you have to adapt the language depending on their situation, depending on who you are talking to. So it's important to know how you really use the language in your daily life, like how it changes. Like not learning just from some book, but learning it in like practicing in your day-to-day life. Yo uso la repetición, leyendo, escribiendo y hablando las palabras una y otra vez. I use repetition, reading, writing, and speaking words over and over again. I used to do that. The only problem is that I normally forget like pretty quickly after that, but well, maybe there are some people that... Well, I guess if you do that in a constant way, like it's not like you repeat these words one day and then don't do that after that. Maybe if you go back to these words, like it can help you. I think it can be a good way then. Yo digo palabras en voz alta para poder realmente escucharlas. I say words out loud so that I can actually hear them. It's very important because sometimes we don't say them out loud and then we are kind of afraid to pronounce it. We don't really know how to do it, so it's nice to know. Even if you can, like record yourself with a mic or something, so you can hear yourself talking and you can know like whether you are pronouncing it right or not. Yo intento pensar en español para que se incorpore naturalmente a mi proceso de pensamiento. I try to think in Spanish so it becomes natural to my thought process. Well, it's fine. It's like you're using Spanish during your day, so like if you're thinking in Spanish, you are also thinking in ways you can form new sentences and use the words you learned. So yeah, I think it's a good way. Like if you don't have anyone to talk to in Spanish, it can also be nice to try to like talk to yourself and make your sentences. Usar tarjetas, use flashcards. I have like some apps in my mobile phone, so especially to learn Japanese, it's really helpful. Like they show you new words and the translation. Then you get these flashcards repeated, depending on whether you are answering them right or not, like they show you these cards more often or not. So yeah, I think it really helps to memorize words. So this is the end of today's 15 ways to remember words submitted by fans. I hope you liked it. If you have any other ways to memorize words, please tell us. And thank you for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Hola a todos, soy Rosa. En esta lección me gustaría hablaros acerca de un día celebrado por todos los hispanohablantes. Es el Día de la Hispanidad, celebrado el 12 de octubre. Conmemora el descubrimiento de América por parte de España y el nacimiento del Imperio Español. ¿Sabes con qué otros nombres se conoce esta celebración? Os enseñaré la respuesta al final del vídeo. La gran importancia que tuvo el descubrimiento de América ha hecho que el 12 de octubre se convirtiera en un día remarcable. Con este hecho se iniciaron las relaciones entre Europa y América. Estas relaciones revolucionaron la visión del mundo de ambos. Es conocido que este día, sin embargo, no se supo que se había descubierto un nuevo continente. Cristóbal Colón siempre creyó haber llegado a la India. Después se continuaron realizando viajes por esta ruta. Finalmente, el florentino Américo Vespucio recorrió parte de la costa de América del Sur y se le considera el primer europeo en comprender que esas eran tierras pertenecientes a un continente desconocido hasta entonces. En 1913, el presidente de la Unión Iberoamericana, Rodríguez Sampedro, creó esta festividad para estrechar los vínculos que unían a España con los países latinoamericanos. En España, el Día de la Hispanidad coincide con la Fiesta Nacional de España, y es además la misma fecha que el Día de la Virgen del Pilar, patrona de la ciudad de Zaragoza y de España. En Madrid, para la celebración de este día, se realiza un imponente desfile militar en el que participan todas las unidades del ejército, aviones, tanques y otros cuerpos. A este asisten el rey junto a la familia real y los políticos más importantes del momento, además de representantes de las autonomías españolas. El Día de la Hispanidad es además jornada de puertas abiertas en muchos museos y palacios madrileños. Existen también diversas actuaciones en el Instituto Cervantes de Madrid y exposiciones especiales. En 2002, el presidente venezolano Hugo Chávez y el ministro de Educación Superior Samuel Moncada cambiaron el nombre de esta fecha por el de Día de la Resistencia Indígena, pues consideran que no fue un descubrimiento lo que se produjo, sino un genocidio donde los aborígenes americanos sufrieron los ataques de la población española. Y ahora voy a daros la respuesta a la pregunta que lancé antes. ¿Sabes con qué otros nombres se conoce esta celebración? En España, el término oficial en la actualidad es el de Fiesta Nacional de España. No obstante, existen otros términos empleados para designar esta festividad: Día Nacional de España, Día de la Patria, Fiesta de la Hispanidad, Día de la Raza en la mayoría de los países hispanoamericanos o Día de la Resistencia Indígena en Venezuela. ¿Qué tal esta lección? ¿Aprendiste algo interesante? ¿Cómo se celebra la fiesta nacional en tu país? Por favor, deja tu comentario en SpanishPod101.com. ¡Hasta la próxima! Hello, my name is Rosa Martin, and this is Spanish Weekly Words. I haven't seen these words before, so let's get started. The topic of today is the weather. The first word is fresco, which means cool, but only refer to the weather. A sentence with fresco could be hoy hace fresco, today it is cool. Tormenta eléctrica, thunderstorm. You could normally only say tormenta instead of tormenta eléctrica. La tormenta asustó a mi hermana. The thunderstorm frightened my sister. The next word is claro, which means clear. El cielo está claro, which could be like the sky is clear. The next word is nublado, which means cloudy.
Again, el cielo está nublado y creo que lloverá. The sky is cloudy and I think it will rain. The next word is soleado, which means sunny. Hoy está soleado e iré a dar un paseo. Today it is sunny and I will go for a walk. Okay, so that's it. Today we talked about the weather and I'll see you next week. Bye!
Mate, por favor. Gracias. Hola, me llamo Romina. Soy tu profesora de español. Hoy voy a enseñarte 5 palabras del lunfardo argentino. Today I'm going to teach you 5 words from the lunfardo, which is sort of like slang of Argentina, from my home country, Argentina. Número 1. Number 1. Che. Che es una expresión que utilizamos todo el tiempo en Argentina. It's an expression that we use all the time in Argentina. We are well known for using che. Che is the Argentinian version of hey. So when someone is distracted and they're not paying attention to you, you can use che to say like, hey, I'm about to say something and I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to say, right? So if someone is distracted, you can go like, che, discúlpame. So, hey, I'm sorry, blah, 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 right? So that's how you can use che. Also, you can use che in the middle of a conversation to sort of like introduce a new idea that you have, right? Like, let's imagine that you're talking and you all want with a friend and you just want to suggest that you want to go to the park, right? So you can go like, che, estaba pensando, ¿qué te parece si vamos a la plaza? Hey, I was just thinking, what about if you just go to the park? See? Número 2. Number 2. This one is the expression that we have in Argentina to say like dude or guy, okay? We use 2 words. The first one is chabón. Chabón. And the other one is tipo. Tipo. So this, as I said before, means like dude or guy, and they're very specific from Argentina, right? Obviously, just be mindful that these words are informal, okay? So if you're in a formal setting, let's say talking to a police officer or to an immigration agent or to your boss, I would suggest you to say chabón or tipo. Número 3. Number 3. Chabón and tipo are for males, right? For guys. Now I'm going to teach you the female version, the one we use for ladies. So the words that you can say is mina, mina, or tipa, tipa. Número 4. Number 4. So I'm sure that when you start learning Spanish, one of the first things you learn are how to say bus in Spanish. And the word you probably learned was autobús, or the sort of Spanish pronunciation of the English word bus, right? In Argentina, we don't say autobús ni bus. We don't say either of these 2 options. The one we say is bondi. Bondi. So bondi is just that. It's a bus. It's the public transport that we use to go to work or to go to university. Número 5. Number 5. So the last one I want to teach you is about money. Money, money, money. In standard Spanish, the word that you learn to say money in Spanish is dinero. Dinero. And you can use that word as well in Argentina. People will understand you, of course, if you're talking about dinero. But dinero is sort of like a formal way of referring to money in Argentina. If you want to use slang, or if you want to use lunfardo, then you have to say either guita, or plata. Plata actually is translated as silver, okay? That's the meaning of plata. When it comes to money, if you ever visit Argentina, you're gonna notice that we actually have heaps of words, slang words to refer to money, but definitely guita and plata are the most common ones. Again, these are informal words. If you are trying to be polite and you want to be formal, please do not say any of these words. Che, it's okay. But if you're talking to an elderly person, I would say that even che is not very appropriate, okay? So just be mindful of that, okay? Just use these ones when you are with friends and with family and with any person that you feel really comfortable with, and you know that they're not gonna get offended by you saying all these words, okay? They're not bad words, it's just that they're really informal. Muy bien, I really hope that you enjoyed this lesson. I hope that you take a moment to go back into this video and to memorize these 5 lunfardo words. And if you're planning to visit Argentina, I strongly recommend you to use these words. I'm sure you're gonna get like people reacting impressed at your Spanish.
Oh my god, how do you know that? How come you know that word?
Right? Bien, muchísimas gracias y nos vemos en la próxima clase. ¡Chao!
Hola, soy Brenda, tu profesora de español. Hoy tengo 5 frases argentinas, típicas de Argentina. Today I would like to share with you 5 typical phrases from Argentina. Número 1. Agárrate, Catalina. So we use this phrase as a warning when we want to warn someone, or when we want to say that there is a situation coming up that is not going to be easy. And we use this phrase in Argentina all the time. Let me tell you where this phrase is coming from. So Catalina was a trapezist, so she used to work in a circus in the 40s in Buenos Aires. And her great-grandmother, her grandmother and mother actually also worked for the circus, and they passed away. They actually died during the shows. So before the show, people that knew the story used to scream at her, Agárrate, Catalina. So, Catalina, please hold on tight before every single show, as trying to warn her to be extremely careful so that she doesn't have the same fate. So every show, before she came up to the stage, someone will scream, Agárrate, Catalina. Catalina, hold on tight. Agárrate, Catalina. So this phrase started to be yelled at every single show as a superstition. It all started as a superstition. But guess what happened the day that someone forgot to say that line to Catalina? Yes, you guessed it. She actually passed away that day. So ever since, she was 25 years old, and she died in a circus show in San Telmo. So ever since that day, now in Argentina we say Agárrate, Catalina when there is a situation that is about to happen or that we are unsure and we think it's not gonna be easy. Número 2. Hasta que las velas no ardan. So this phrase started being used in Buenos Aires in the brothels when electricity was not around, so electricity didn't exist at the time, and watches were actually a very luxurious item. People couldn't afford them. So the madame would give their clients one or several candles, depending on how much they have paid, and to light them up to get the services, right? And so until the client had to stay in the place until the candles were consumed. So that's where the phrase is coming, hasta que las velas no ardan. So we use this phrase nowadays to, instead of talking about the candles itself, but it's maybe your energy or until the very end. So, for example, I'm going to work, voy a trabajar hasta que las velas no ardan, significa, it means I'm going to work so hard until I can't do anymore, until it's over, until I am done, basically. Número 3, más loco o loca que una cabra. So we use this phrase to obviously say that someone is super crazy, and we're just using a comparison here. It's very common in Argentina. And this phrase is coming from just comparing a goat to, for example, a lamb. So the lamb, even when they're not with their mother anymore, when they don't need the mother anymore, they are still around their mom. Compared to goats, once goats are not with their moms anymore, they start jumping around, going crazy, and they go away. And you can see their moms still trying to look for them. That's why we think they're a little bit crazy and out of control. So that's where the expression is coming from. Número 4. No quiere más Lola. Lola was a sweet biscuit. It was around in the 20s, at the beginning of the 20th century in Argentina. It was part of the meals in the hospitals. So when someone passed away, they used to say around the hospital, no quiere más Lola. He doesn't want to eat that cookie anymore. And now we use it to express that someone doesn't want to put the effort anymore or doesn't want to do something. We say, no quiere más Lola.
No quiere más Lola.
Número 5. A cada chancho le toca su San Martín. So this phrase comes from the 11th of November, which is the day that we celebrate the day of San Martín de Tours, who was the patron saint of the city of Buenos Aires. This day was celebrated by eating a piglet. We use this phrase to talk about that each person gets what they deserve, either because of their good deeds or their bad deeds. Muy bien, estudiantes, esa es la clase de hoy. That is the end of today's lesson. We had a look at some typical phrases that we use all the time in Argentina, what they literally mean and where they come from. Muchas gracias y nos vemos la próxima clase. We'll see you next class. Adiós.
Agárrate, Catalina. No quiere más Lola.
¿Lola?
¿Alguien dijo Lola?
Hola a todos, soy Rosa y en esta lección me gustaría hablaros sobre uno de los días más especiales para las familias españolas, como supongo también es para las de muchos otros países del mundo. Me estoy refiriendo al día de Navidad, que como ya sabéis celebra el nacimiento del niño Jesús. En este día las casas lucen sus mejores galas y reciben a toda la familia, para que junta disfrute de una gran cena con platos muy especiales. Antiguamente, más que ahora, había muchos niños que en este día no recibían regalos. ¿Por qué crees? ¿Será porque se portaron mal durante el año? Os enseñaré la respuesta al final del vídeo. Un día tan especial como es la Navidad necesita ir acompañada de una decoración igualmente especial. Todas las calles se llenan de luz en estos días. Al igual que las calles, las casas también experimentan una completa transformación, y es toda la familia la que normalmente ayuda en eso. Se decora el árbol de Navidad bajo el cual los niños recibirán sus regalos. También se coloca el Belén, que escenifica el nacimiento de Jesús. El más sencillo lo forman solo figuras de Jesús, María y José, y quizá la mula y el buey. En algunas casas, sin embargo, se colocan belenes realmente increíbles, con miles de figuras y detalles. En estas fechas incluso se celebran concursos de belenes espectaculares. Como veis, antes de la cena de Nochebuena, el 24 de diciembre, puede sentirse ya el ambiente navideño. No solo con la decoración, sino también con los típicos villancicos que suenan sin parar en todos los centros comerciales y los Papá Noeles que reparten caramelos delante de las tiendas. Otra de las cosas que ayudan a sentir aún más el espíritu navideño es el sorteo de la lotería de la Navidad el 22 de diciembre. en el que las familias escuchan en la televisión nacional los números del sorteo cantados por niños, con la esperanza de ganar algún dinero. Es este, además, el día en que los niños comienzan las vacaciones de Navidad en la escuela. El 24 de diciembre todas las familias están ajetreadas intentando cocinar toneladas de comida que seguramente les sirva para comer durante los 2 o 3 días que siguen. Lo más típico en este día es cocinar mariscos. Mucha gente los compra con varios días de adelanto, porque los precios en Navidad son altísimos. Además tenemos cochinillo, cordero, pavo. De bebida, lo más típico son los vinos, y cava o sidra para brindar. Después de la cena viene el momento de los dulces típicos, turrones, mazapanes y polvorones. Con todo esto, es normal que el número de personas a dieta después de Navidad sea enorme. En Navidad es esperado por todos el anuncio en televisión del turrón almendro, que con su eslogan «Vuelven a casa por Navidad» y su archiconocida melodía reflejan la emoción de muchas familias por reunirse con aquellos que por vivir lejos no ven a menudo. Y ahora voy a daros la respuesta a la pregunta que lancé antes. Antiguamente, más que ahora, había muchos niños que en este día no recibían regalos. ¿Por qué crees? Aunque puede que algunos niños no reciban regalos por haberse portado mal, la verdadera razón es que en España la tradición es que sean los Reyes Magos quienes traigan los regalos a los niños el 6 de enero. ¿Qué tal esta lección? ¿Aprendiste algo interesante acerca de cómo se celebra la Navidad en España? ¿Se celebra en tu país de forma parecida o qué otras costumbres tenéis? Por favor, deje su comentario en SpanishPod101.com. ¡Hasta la próxima!
Hola, soy Brenda Romaniello, tu profesora de español. Hello, my name is Brenda Romaniello and I'm your Spanish teacher. Hoy vamos a ver los pronombres de interrogación. Today we're going to have a look at the WH questions in Spanish. So, we say and we call them WH questions in English because most of these questions will start with a WH in English, so the translation will be with a WH question. But that is certainly not the case, of course, in Spanish. So what they are called is actually pronombres de interrogación, and we use them to ask questions in Spanish. So let's put your knowledge to the test a little bit as well, and let's see if you know what these questions mean in Spanish, and then if you don't know, I'll teach you and then I'll give you some examples as well. Número 1. ¿Qué? 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 ¿Qué significa? It means what. Por ejemplo, ¿qué prefieres comer hoy? What do you prefer to eat today? Número 2. ¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo significa when, and we use it to talk about time. Por ejemplo, ¿cuándo vuelves de tus vacaciones? When are you coming back from your holidays? Número 3. ¿Dónde? ¿Dónde significa where, and we use it to talk about a location. Por ejemplo, ¿dónde vives? Where do you live? Número 4. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo significa how? Por ejemplo, ¿cómo prefieres tu carne? How do you like your steak cooked? Número 5. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué significa why? Por ejemplo, ¿por qué estudias español? Why do you study Spanish? Número 6. ¿Cuál and cuáles? ¿Cuál and cuáles significa which? But hang on a second, we have 2 questions here. So, can you tell me what the difference between cuál and cuáles is? Do you know why we have 2 options for which in Spanish? The answer to this question is because it's going to depend on the number. So if we're talking about only one thing, we're going to say cuál. So cuál is for the singular, and cuáles will be the plural form when we talk about 2 or more things. Por ejemplo, ¿Cuál es tu casa? Which one is your house? ¿Cuáles son tus documentos? Which are your documents? Número 7. ¿Quién and quiénes? So again, here we're going to have two options, and it means they mean in English who. So again, why do you think we have two options here, quién and quiénes? Exactly the same as cuál and cuáles. Quién is going to be used to refer to one person, and quiénes is the plural form, and we're going to use it for two people or more. Por ejemplo, ¿quién es tu mejor amigo? Who is your best friend? ¿Quiénes son tus hermanas? Who are your sisters? Número 8. And the last one. ¿Cuánto, cuánta, cuántos, cuántas? Cuánto and cuántas significa how much. And we are going to use these two options with uncountable nouns, so things that we cannot count or measure. And also we have two options for how much, because cuánto is going to be used, we're going to match it with a masculino, sustantivo masculino. So we're going to match it with an uncountable noun that has to be masculino. And cuánta will be the femenino form. Por ejemplo, ¿cuánto dinero hay? How much money is there? So dinero es masculino, we have to say cuánto. ¿Cuánta azúcar quieres en el café? How much sugar would you like in your coffee? So azúcar es femenino y vamos a decir cuánta. So we're going to say cuánta for azúcar because it's femenino. ¿Cuántos, cuántas significa how many? And we use these two options with countable nouns, so things that we can count. And again, we're going to differentiate cuántos for nouns that are masculino and cuántas for femenino. ¿Cuántos limones necesitas? How many lemons do you need? ¿Cuántas naranjas necesitas? How many oranges do you need? Muy bien, so that is the lesson for today. I really hope that you liked it and you enjoyed it. If you did, give it a thumbs up. And I will be seeing you next class. Nos vemos la próxima clase. Adiós.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosa, and today we'll be doing the 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. So let's begin. Frigorífico, refrigerator. Frigorífico, which means refrigerator. Cuando el frigorífico se estropeó, tuvimos que tirar mucha comida. When the refrigerator broke down, we had to throw away a lot of food. Correr, run. Me gustaría algún día correr una maratón. I would like to someday run a marathon. Espantapájaros, scarecrow. Me gusta cuando la gente viste a los espantapájaros como si fueran personas. I like when people dress up scarecrows as if they were people. Exquisito, delicious. Fuimos a un restaurante muy caro y toda la comida era exquisita. We went to a very fancy restaurant and all the food was very delicious. Idiosincrasia, idiosyncrasy. The next word is idiosincrasia, which means idiosyncrasy. Una de sus idiosincrasias es lavarse las manos cada hora. One of his idiosyncrasies is washing his hands every hour. Perro, dog. Cuando era pequeña tenía miedo de los perros. When I was a child, I was scared of dogs. Niño, child. Cuando era niño se portaba muy mal con los otros niños. When he was a child, he was very bad to the other children. Paraguas, umbrella. The next word is paraguas, which means umbrella. Siempre me olvido el paraguas en los sitios. I always forget my umbrella at places. Pelo, hair. The next word is pelo, which means hair. Me corté el pelo hace poco. I cut my hair recently. Pingüino, penguin. The next word is pingüino, which means penguin. Me gusta la forma de andar de los pingüinos. I like how penguins walk. So this is the end of today's 10 hardest words to pronounce in Spanish. I hope you learned something and thank you very much for watching this video. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye! Pingüino again. Pingüinos. Yeah. How are your Spanish listening skills? First, you'll see an image and hear the question in Spanish. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
Un hombre está platicando con su esposa en el teléfono. ¿Qué es lo que él va a comprar?
Bueno, estoy regresando a la casa.
Qué bien. ¿Puedes comprar unas cosas en el camino de regreso?
Por supuesto. ¿Qué quieres que compre?
Necesitamos leche y pan para el desayuno de mañana.
Leche y pan. Entendido. ¿Cuántos litros de leche?
Creo que uno es suficiente.
Bueno, ¿algo más?
Espera, deja veo si hay mantequilla. Sí, tenemos un poco aún.
Bueno, ¿y tenemos cerveza todavía?
Sí, hay una botella acá aún.
Bueno, entonces no necesitamos comprar más por ahora.
Sí, creo que no. Muchas gracias. ¿Qué es lo que él va a comprar? Un hombre está platicando con su esposa en el teléfono. ¿Qué es lo que él va a comprar?
Bueno, estoy regresando a la casa.
Qué bien. ¿Puedes comprar unas cosas en el camino de regreso?
Por supuesto. ¿Qué quieres que compre?
Necesitamos leche y pan para el desayuno de mañana.
Leche y pan. Entendido. ¿Cuántos litros de leche?
Creo que uno es suficiente.
Bueno, ¿algo más?
Espera, deja veo si hay mantequilla. Sí, tenemos un poco aún.
Bueno, ¿y tenemos cerveza todavía?
Sí, hay una botella acá aún.
Bueno, entonces no necesitamos comprar más por ahora.
Sí, creo que no. Muchas gracias.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time! Hi everyone, this is Rosa, and today we will be doing the top 15 favorite words in Spanish chosen by fans. So let's begin! Amigo, friend, me encanta salir con mis amigos. I love hanging out with my friends. Araña, spider, araña, which means spider. Las arañas me dan mucho miedo. Spiders are really scary to me. Bello, beautiful. You can use it both for objects and people, but it's not that common to use it for people nowadays. That drawing is very beautiful. Ese dibujo es muy bello. Contenta, happy. Estoy muy contenta porque aprobé el examen. I'm very happy because I passed the exam. España, Spain. You all should visit Spain. Todos deberíais visitar España. Come. Hola, hello. Hola, ¿qué tal estás? Hello, how are you? Pingüino, penguin. Me encantaban los pingüinos en la película de Mary Poppins. I love the penguins in the Mary Poppins films. Primavera, spring. Me encanta cuando las flores florecen en primavera. I love when flowers bloom during the spring. Saludable, healthy. Eating a hamburger every day isn't very healthy. Comer una hamburguesa todos los días no es muy saludable. Helado, ice cream. Mi helado preferido es el de avellana. My favorite ice cream flavor is hazelnuts. A la izquierda, to the left. Para llegar al restaurante tienes que girar a la izquierda. To get to the restaurant, you have to turn to the left. Amor, love. Oh, amor. Amor. ¿Es el amor lo más importante para ti? Is love the most important thing to you? Fiesta, party. Fiesta, which means party. Cuando era una estudiante de universidad, iba más de fiesta. When I was a university student, I used to party more often. Otorrinolaringólogo, otolaryngologist. Es difícil pronunciar otorrinolaringólogo en español. It is difficult to pronounce otolaryngologist in Spanish. Why did you... Señorita, miss. Esa señorita baila muy bien el flamenco. That miss dances flamenco very well. And this is the end of today's top 15 favorite words in Spanish chosen by fans. I hope you learned a lot. Thank you very much for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe. Bye. I love the hairstyles of some alpacas. Ah.
Hi everyone! Welcome to the Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide. In this lesson, you'll learn all 5 Spanish vowel sounds.
A, E, I, O, U.
With these sounds, you can pronounce any vowel that could possibly appear in Spanish. Are you ready? Then let's get started. The first vowel is
A, rata, rana, azahar.
This is similar to the A sound in the word spa, but there is one subtle difference. Try to relieve the pressure from the back of the throat a little.
A, A, A.
The next vowel is
E, bebé, escalón, vehemente.
This is similar to the E sound in the word let.
E, E, E.
The next vowel is
I, dimitir, mío, tipo.
It's identical to the double E sound in the word see.
I.
The next vowel is
O, boscoso, oso, todo.
This is similar to the O sound in the word boring.
O.
And the last vowel is
U, dúo, cucurucho, curable.
It's identical to the double O sound in the word boot.
U.
Did you notice how in all of the examples, Alex said the vowels short and simply? This is how you should do it too. Many Spanish learners tend to stretch out the vowel sounds longer than needed. Try not to do this. Now let's move on to the next topic. A diphthong refers to 2 vowel sounds that are pronounced within the same syllable. You can kind of think of it like gliding from one vowel to the next very quickly. English has diphthongs as well. Take the word loin, for example. It's not pronounced lo-in, but loin. Notice how the O transitions into the I very quickly. It's almost like you're trying to merge the 2 sounds. Loin. Notice the difference? Okay, now let's listen to a few examples in Spanish.
Gracias, gracias. hierba, hierba, agua, agua, encuentro, encuentro, causa, causa, neutro, neutro, aire, aire, trapezoide, trapezoide.
Okay, I think you got the hang of it. Most vowel sound pairings are diphthongs in Spanish. However, sometimes they're pronounced individually. Listen to the following examples.
Tía, país, mío, río.
Words that are pronounced separately are marked with a rising accent from left to right. We'll cover more about accentuation in Lesson 8, but that's all for vowels. Well done! You've just learned all 5 vowel sounds in Spanish. With these sounds, you can properly pronounce any vowel that could possibly appear in the Spanish language. Isn't that great? In the next lesson, you'll start learning consonant sounds. Which diphthong is the most difficult to pronounce for you? Let us know in the comments. See you in the next Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide lesson. Hi everyone! Welcome to the Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide. In this series, you'll master Spanish pronunciation. Proper pronunciation is essential in Spanish, and in this series, you'll learn it in a fast, comprehensive, and easy way. In this first lesson, you'll learn about the building blocks of the Spanish pronunciation system that will help you in future lessons. The letters used in Spanish are the same as the letters you use in English, with the exception of one other letter, and these letters, with accents over them. But be careful not to fall into a very common trap. As you're learning to speak correctly, you shouldn't concern yourself with all the letters. That's right, forget them. You care about the sounds of Spanish, and here they are. There are 27 consonant sounds and 5 vowel sounds. Each symbol that you see here represents a single sound determined by the IPA, which is a standardized way to represent sounds without the accompanying baggage that's often involved with traditional letters. By using these 32 sounds, you can form every single word in Spanish. Still seem complicated? Well, how about this? Of the 27 consonant sounds in Spanish, you already know 18 of them. That's right. If you're a native English speaker, then you already make these sounds every day. We'll cover familiar sounds in lessons 4 and 5. You can also ignore 2 of the vowel sounds for the same reason. The only thing standing between you and perfect Spanish pronunciation are 9 new consonant and 3 new vowel sounds. You can handle that. Now let me introduce Alex, who will be helping you to master these new sounds.
Hola, soy Alex.
Alex will be giving you native pronunciation examples for you to imitate. But for this first lesson, just sit back and listen to the unique sounds of Spanish.
Obtuso, trigo, pollo, cañón, rumbo, bravo, tláhuac, quetzal, ayuno, rata, vehemente, boscoso.
In the next lesson, we'll look at the top 5 pronunciation mistakes Spanish learners make. You'll want to make sure not to fall into these common traps. After that, we'll begin going through the vowels and consonants of Spanish. This is your chance to learn how to correctly say all of the words you just heard. We'll finish up the series by covering some special topics that will really make your Spanish sound natural. To close this lesson, here's a question for you. Why is it important to spend time on learning proper pronunciation, even if you're already an advanced speaker? The answer, you will be understood, and this will help you build more confidence as you communicate in Spanish. For beginners, you're creating a strong foundation to build on. And for more advanced students, this is your chance to improve your accent and lose any bad habits you may have picked up. What is the hardest part of Spanish pronunciation? Tell us about it in the comments. See you in the next Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide lesson.
Hi everyone, I'm Rosa. How are your Spanish listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear the question in Spanish. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Una pareja de esposos está viendo algunos planos de apartamentos. ¿Cuál apartamento van a ir a ver? ¿Cómo ves este? Tiene una linda y grande sala.
Me agrada la sala grande, pero yo quiero lugar de estacionamiento.
Veamos. ¿Cómo ves este?
Sí, se ve bien. ¿Deberíamos ir a verlo?
Espera un segundo. ¿No crees que el guardarropa es un poco pequeño?
Buen punto. Parece que no hay ninguno perfecto. Espera. ¿Cómo ves este?
Tiene todo lo que necesitamos, ¿no es así? Y el guardarropa es bastante grande también. Vayamos a verlo.
Está bien.
¿Cuál apartamento van a ir a ver? Una pareja de esposos está viendo algunos planos de apartamentos. ¿Cuál apartamento van a ir a ver? ¿Cómo ves este? Tiene una linda y grande sala.
Me agrada la sala grande, pero yo quiero lugar de estacionamiento.
Veamos. ¿Cómo ves este?
Sí, se ve bien. ¿Deberíamos ir a verlo?
Espera un segundo. ¿No crees que el guardarropa es un poco pequeño?
Buen punto. Parece que no hay ninguno perfecto. Espera. ¿Cómo ves este?
Tiene todo lo que necesitamos, ¿no es así? Y el guardarropa es bastante grande también. Vayamos a verlo.
Está bien.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time! Hi everybody, this is Rosa from SpanishPod101.com. Do you know how to say thank you in Spanish? In this lesson, you'll learn 3 different ways to say thank you and how to respond. Let's start with the easiest one. Gracias. Gracias. It means thank you. If you want to be more formal, you can use the following phrase. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. It means thank you so much. The word muchas means much or very. When you want to express gratitude in a more polite and direct manner, make sure to use muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. To sound like a pro, you can also add why you are thankful. For example, muchas gracias por su ayuda. Thank you very much for your help. What if you really appreciate something? Here's how you can say it. Mil gracias. Mil gracias. It means 1,000 thanks. Now you know 3 different ways to say thank you in Spanish. But how do you respond if someone thanks you? If someone thanks you in Spanish, simply say, con gusto. It means with pleasure. Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. Listen to the expressions and repeat after me. Thank you. Gracias. Gracias. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Literally, 1,000 thanks. Mil gracias. Mil gracias. And to respond, just say, con gusto. Con gusto. Well done! In Spanish, you can use gracias in any situation, whether formal, informal, special, or common. Spanish people will appreciate your effort to speak their language. Also, you never have to worry about the person's age or profession. You just learned 3 different ways to say thank you and how to respond in Spanish. And if you really want to become fluent and speak Spanish from the very first lesson, go to SpanishPod101.com. I'll see you next time. Nos vemos!
Hey there, friends of SpanishPod101.com. My name is Efrain.
And I'm Diego.
And today we're going to give you 10 expressions that Mexicans use every day.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty nice. So,
Enjoy this video.
woo!
So, whereas in Mexico, you might want to blend right in the culture, and for that purpose, in this video, we will show you some expressions that we as Mexicans use basically every day. It wouldn't be strange to hear this in the streets or if you speak to a Mexican guy. So, let's start with the first one.
Okay, the first one is a poco. A poco. Really? A poco, really? Okay, so if you translate this directly, it could mean a little. But its meaning is really or don't you say. For example, Diego, ya tengo trabajo.
¿A poco?
Sí.
Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, so the next one is chido or padre, which is in this case the same word. And you can combine these words with the verb estar, like está chido or está padre. So, chido or padre means cool. Okay, so está chido, like it's cool, está padre, it's cool. Or for example, Efraín es chido, he's cool, or obviously Diego es chido. Like, Diego is cool, okay? Very good. So, chido or padre, which means cool. For example, Efraín, ¿viste la última película de Batman?
No.
No, está bien chida.
¿En serio?
Or, está bien padre. Sí, vamos a verla, es muy buena.
Vamos a verla. The next one is a huevo. Okay, and this expression has nothing to do with eggs.
No.
But it means hell yeah. Okay, well, it's, the closest translation is hell yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A huevo. For example, la otra vez les gané a todos en el concurso de comer más hamburguesas. A huevo.
Okay, well, okay, a huevo. Sí, a huevo.
Bueno, eran hamburguesas de...
chiquitas,
sí,
mini hamburguesas.
A huevo.
Okay, guys, so the next word, or the next expression actually, is que pedo or que onda. If you translate this literally, you can translate it as what fart or what wave, but of course it doesn't make any sense in English. So what we try to convey with this expression is just saying, what's up?
What's up?
Yeah, exactly. What's up? If you say que pedo or que onda, it means what's up. Be careful because this is informal. Try to stick with que onda, which is more informal for maybe an acquaintance, not really for a close friend. If you have a close friend, yes, you can start by saying que pedo. Like for example, with Efrain, I will normally say que pedo. But from time to time, I use que onda, which are the two most common greetings in Mexico. And also, you can describe someone by saying that he is buen pedo or that he is buena onda, which is mean that he's nice, he's good. For example, hey, ¿qué onda, Efraín? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, todo bien.
Oye, ¿tú conoces a Teo?
Ah, Teo, es muy buen pedo.
Sí, me lo encontré hace rato y estuvimos hablando, súper buena onda.
Qué bien. Lo invitas a la fiesta.
Por supuesto.
Okay, the next expression is que hueva. What a bummer, what a drag. I don't feel like it. Que hueva. And it doesn't have anything to do with a female egg.
No, it doesn't. No.
Like hueva or huevo.
Like that egg or what a egg.
Yeah, no. Okay, so, for example, no manches, tengo mucho trabajo. Que hueva.
Sí, qué hueva. Pero estás trabajando ahora.
¡Qué hueva!
¡Qué hueva!
Por dos.
Okay, so the next one is sale y vale, or even we can use va que va. And these two expressions, sale y vale and va que va, means yeah, sure, okay, or even let's go. For example, Efraín, tengo ganas de tomar un tequila. ¿Por qué no vamos a la cantina cuando terminemos este video?
Va que va.
Sale y vale.
Bien. Okay, the next one is neta or neta. And neta could be translated as the truth. But if it is used as a question, it could be translated as really. Neta. Neta. For example, Diego, la neta me gusta Valeria. Valerie.
Te gusta mucho, se nota. Okay.
You have to say neta. Okay, once again. Diego, la neta me gusta mucho Valerie.
¿Neta?
Neta.
Okay, the next one is órale. You might be familiar with this word because we actually made a video. So if you haven't watched that, please go and watch it because we give a full explanation on many ways to use this simple expression, órale. But in a nutshell, it is for conveying approval or enthusiasm or even amazement. Okay, so for example, like, órale, Efraín, me enteré que tienes un nuevo trabajo, felicidades.
Muchas gracias. The next one is no hay bronca. Okay, let's focus first on bronca. Bronca is commonly used to refer to a problem or to a discomfort. Okay, so no hay bronca, as you can imagine, means there is no problem. Everything's fine. Okay, no hay bronca.
Exactly, like for example, Efraín, anoche me besé a tu novia, Karina.
No hay bronca, amigo.
Well, that's good to know.
No hay bronca, ¿verdad?
Okay, so the last one is one that is very handy, and that's algo así como. Algo así como is very similar to kind of in English. So you might use this one to clarify or to explain something. For example,
Diego, ¿qué significa no manches?
No manches es algo así como decir en inglés, are you kidding?
No manches, ¿te besaste a Karina?
No, es broma. No, dijiste que no hay bronca. That's it for today, my beautiful friends from SpanishBall101.com. We hope that you have enjoyed this video. If so, please give us your thumbs up and share with other learners who also want to know some expressions that we Mexicans use every day. And also, don't forget to comment or give us your opinion in the comment section down below because we will be reading them and replying to them, of course. Stay tuned for our upcoming video here at the SpanishBall101.com and see you soon, guys.
Hasta luego.
Imagine you want to order food at a restaurant in Mexico. What do? Hola, soy Alex. Alex here. Anyone can learn how to order food at a restaurant. In this lesson, you learn how. Ben, Mark, Sasha, and Karen are ordering food at a restaurant in Mexico. Let's watch.
Bienvenidos. Pasen por aquí, por favor.
Sí, gracias.
Yo quiero una hamburguesa. ¿Tienen en el menú?
Sí, está en la última página. Le traeré una.
Yo quiero probar el pozole.
Yo ordenaré enchiladas.
Yo también.
¿Y de tomar?
Un vaso de limonada para cada quien.
Enseguida les traigo su orden.
Disculpe, ¿nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Claro que sí. En un momento se la traigo. Aquí tiene.
Gracias. ¿Aceptan tarjetas de crédito?
No, señor, disculpe. Solo efectivo.
No hay problema. Aquí tienen.
Now with English.
Bienvenidos. Pasen por aquí, por favor.
Sí, gracias.
Yo quiero una hamburguesa. ¿Tienen en el menú?
Sí, está en la última página. Le traeré una.
Yo quiero probar el pozole.
Yo ordenaré enchiladas.
Yo también.
¿Y de tomar?
Un vaso de limonada para cada quien.
Enseguida les traigo su orden.
Disculpe, ¿nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Claro que sí. En un momento se la traigo. Aquí tiene.
Gracias. ¿Aceptan tarjetas de crédito?
No, señor, disculpe. Solo efectivo.
No hay problema. Aquí tienen.
Here are the keywords from the scene.
Pasen por aquí, por favor. Pasen por aquí, por favor.
This way, please.
Pasen por aquí, por favor. Pasen por aquí, por favor. Pasen por aquí, por favor. Ordenar. Ordenar.
To order.
Ordenar. 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 Enseguida. Enseguida.
Right away.
Enseguida. 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 Tomar. Tomar.
To drink.
Tomar. 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 Efectivo. Efectivo.
Cash.
Efectivo. 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 Propina. Propina.
Tip.
Propina. Propina. Propina.
And now, a breakdown of some of the Spanish you heard in the scene.
How does Ben ask for a hamburger in the scene?
Yo quiero una hamburguesa.
Yo quiero una hamburguesa. Yo quiero una hamburguesa.
I want a hamburger. You can use this phrase to place an order at a restaurant or tell someone that you would like something. In the last lesson, we only used the word
quiero
to say I want. In this lesson, we will use the pronoun
yo,
meaning I, because it is important to emphasize to the waiter who is placing the order. This pronoun is usually used in a group of people when you want to stress who is speaking or giving their opinion. In addition, we pair the words
yo quiero
with
una
a for feminine nouns and
hamburguesa.
hamburger. Like in the last lesson, you can simply say
Yo quiero.
followed by whatever you would like. For example, if you want to say I want water, you would say
Yo quiero agua.
the word
Agua.
means water. Now you try. Say Ben's line.
Sí, gracias.
Yo quiero una hamburguesa.
How does Mark ask for the check in the scene?
¿Nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Nos trae la cuenta, por favor. Nos trae la cuenta, por favor.
Bring us the check, please. You can use this phrase when you have finished your meal and are ready to pay. The words
Nos
to us,
trae,
bring, which is the polite form of the verb,
traer.
to bring, and
La
the for feminine nouns, followed by
cuenta,
check. And of course, you should always add
por favor.
please at the end of your sentence to sound more polite. You can also use this phrase to ask someone to bring you and your friends anything. For example, if you would like the waiter at a restaurant to bring tortilla chips and salsa to your table, you can say,
Nos trae totopos con salsa, por favor.
bring us chips and salsa, please. This is the word
Totopos.
Tortilla chips combined with
Con salsa.
salsa. Now you try. Say Mark's line.
Disculpe, ¿nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Now, the lesson focus. Here's how to order food at a restaurant in Mexico.
In Mexico, there are many different types of culinary ventures, from tiny food stalls to big fancy restaurants. You can also find many other kinds of cuisine in big cities, especially Mexico City. However, if you are traveling in a rural area, fast food, Mexican food, and homemade food are your only options. Also, customs vary depending on the restaurant. Some restaurants already include the tip in the bill, while others will ask you to leave it on the table. Where you pay, at the table or the register, also varies. A good way to learn what to do at a Mexican restaurant is to watch the people in front of you and see what they do. If you are first in line and are looking for a table, you can ask a waiter or waitress.
¿Puedo tomar cualquier mesa?
Can I take any table? Usually, if there are tables available, you don't have to wait for one. An insider tip is to look for a reservation book at the front of the restaurant. If there is one, most likely they will ask for your name and how many are in your party. Usually, the menu will already be on your table when you sit down. If it isn't, you can ask,
¿Puedo ver el menú?
Can I see the menu? If you are traveling with children and would like to see a kid's menu, you can ask,
¿Puedo ver el menú infantil?
Can I see the kids' menu? Mexican food is generally pretty heavy, and even Mexican children aren't crazy about it. On the kids' menu, there are usually things like hamburgers, hot dogs, and omelets. If Mexican food is hard on your stomach, don't worry. You can also order off this menu. If you are ready to order and want to get the waiter's attention, it is good to try and make eye contact or wave your hand like you are saying hello. If you can't make eye contact, you can use the words
Mesero or mesera.
waiter or waitress, respectively, to call them over. If they are close to you, it is also a good idea to use the word
Disculpe.
excuse me in the formal register. It is common for customers to order a drink first, so when the waiter or waitress comes to your table, they may ask,
¿Les ofrezco algo de beber?
Can I offer you something to drink? Once you have decided what you want to eat, simply say the words
Yo quiero.
followed by what you would like to order. After you and your friend finish your meal and would like to go, you can say,
¿Nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Bring us the check, please, so the waiter or waitress knows you are ready to pay. After you pay, you may be wondering how to tip. In Mexico, leaving a tip on the table in the center is still the most common. How much you give as a
Propina.
tip varies on the type of restaurant and service. However, 10 to 15% is usually the standard.
Now, it's time to practice your new ability.
You are at your first restaurant in Mexico. Ready? Here we go. How do you ask if you can take any table at a restaurant?
¿Puedo tomar cualquier mesa?
How do you ask for tortilla chips and salsa for you and a friend?
¿Nos trae totopos con salsa, por favor?
How do you ask for the check for you and your friend?
¿Nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
How do you say the word for tip?
Propina.
Great job!
¿Puedo tomar cualquier mesa? Nos trae totopos con salsa, por favor. Nos trae la cuenta, por favor. Propina.
Buen trabajo. Now, watch the scene one more time. After that, you're ready to order food at a restaurant in Mexico. Have a great time. Hasta pronto.
Bienvenidos. Pasen por aquí, por favor.
Sí, gracias.
Yo quiero una hamburguesa. ¿Tienen en el menú?
Sí, está en la última página. Le traeré una.
Yo quiero probar el pozole.
Yo ordenaré enchiladas.
Yo también.
¿Y de tomar?
Un vaso de limonada para cada quien.
Enseguida les traigo su orden.
Disculpe, ¿nos trae la cuenta, por favor?
Claro que sí. En un momento se la traigo. Aquí tiene.
Gracias. ¿Aceptan tarjetas de crédito?
No, señor, disculpe. Solo efectivo.
No hay problema. Aquí tienen.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Spanish. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Leah.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Spanish pronunciation. Spanish is a rich language that's decorated with a wide variety of accents and dialects. Since accents and dialects play a huge role in pronunciation, let's take a more detailed look at the different types of accents and dialects of Spanish from around the world.
First off, an accent is just a particular way of pronouncing words, like tomato or tomato. They may sound slightly different from one another, but all the rules that govern their use in the language are essentially the same.
Dialects, on the other hand, may branch off from the standard language by differing in grammar, word order, and of course pronunciation as well. Therefore, it's generally harder to understand a dialect than an accent.
First, let's make some distinctions as to how we refer to the Spanish language. First, español. Español is generally used to refer to the Spanish language as a supergroup. This includes all varieties of Spanish spoken in Spain and internationally. Beneath that is Castilian, which is the actual term used to exclusively refer to the Spanish spoken in Spain.
Mexican Spanish is a dialect of Spanish that is spoken in Mexico. Unsurprisingly, due to its proximity to the USA, Mexican Spanish uses far more English words than other dialects of Spanish.
Another example, which we mentioned in the previous episode, is Argentinian. Argentinian is another dialect of Spanish spoken in Argentina, and it closely resembles Italian because a huge wave of Italians migrated to Argentina during the 20th century. So Argentinian actually sounds a bit like Italian.
Pace is a very important aspect of Spanish because it varies greatly depending on the dialect of Spanish spoken.
The Spanish is almost renowned for being a fast-paced language.
The pace greatly depends on the region, however, as people in Mexico and some South American countries generally speak slower than speakers from Spain.
In some Spanish-speaking countries, it's common practice to shorten words. For example, words ending in an S will instead have the final vowel prolonged. Casas, for instance, would be pronounced casa.
We also mentioned before that some dialects of Spanish are influenced by other languages, such as Italian and English. Mexican Spanish uses a lot of English words, and English, being considered a slower-paced language, slows down the pace of the language. And that's one of the reasons Mexican Spanish is slower than the Spanish spoken in Spain.
The pace of Spanish, then, depends greatly on the dialect of Spanish.
For the most part, English and Spanish share a lot of the same sounds, which generally correspond to the same letters.
Thankfully, learning Spanish pronunciation is much easier than English pronunciation. Learning English is more a matter of memorization and practice, whereas Spanish is a combination of learning and practice. It takes much longer for a student to learn English pronunciation than Spanish pronunciation.
That's because there are many more irregular pronunciations of words in English than there are in Spanish. Take these words, for example. The first word is pronounced colonel, not colonel. The second word is pronounced arise. Adding an N, however, doesn't give you arisen, but arisen. The last word is pronounced ate, but adding an H doesn't give you hate. Instead, it becomes height.
Spanish, on the other hand, can mostly be pronounced as it's read. Almendra. The word almendra, meaning almond, is pronounced al-men-dra. It's pronounced exactly the same as it's written. Almendra. The same thing happens with the word carretera, meaning road. Carretera, it's pronounced ca-re-te-ra, exactly how it's written. Carretera.
That's a good example, which demonstrates sounds that do not exist in English.
That's right. The double R here is a rolled R. It can be a little tricky for some learners. Carretera. Another common word is perro, meaning dog. Perro, perro.
The trick is to build pressure at the point of contact, using the tip of your tongue to contact the top teeth and gum ridge, and then releasing the pressure quickly by flicking the tongue up and back. When you release the pressure, allow only the smallest amount of air to pass through, so that a tiny passage opens and closes rapidly. This should cause the tongue to vibrate or roll correctly. Try again.
Perro, perro.
Well done! Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned about accents and dialects in Spanish, that the spoken pace depends on the dialect, and that Spanish is mostly pronounced as it's written. We've covered only the basics of Spanish pronunciation. If you're interested in learning more, check out the entire course we created named The Ultimate Guide to Spanish Pronunciation. In that course, we cover and break down every single sound in Spanish, showing you mouth and tongue positioning and giving you tips to help you perfect your Spanish pronunciation. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Spanish grammar, where you'll learn how to form sentences and ask questions in Spanish. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi everyone, I'm Rosa. How are your Spanish listening skills? In this video, you'll have a chance to test them out with a quiz. First, you'll see an image and hear the question in Spanish. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Un hombre está buscando un regalo de cumpleaños para su esposa en una joyería. ¿Cuál collar va a comprar? ¿En qué puedo ayudarle?
Estoy buscando un regalo de cumpleaños para mi esposa. ¿Qué me recomienda?
Mire, ¿qué le parece este collar?
Creo que es demasiado largo.
¿Qué le parecen estos de acá? Tenemos este con un dije de flor y este otro con un corazón.
Estoy buscando algo un poco más sofisticado. ¿Cuánto cuesta aquel collar de perlas?
700 pesos.
Está muy caro. Bueno, entonces voy a llevar el collar que me mostró primero.
Muy bien, aquí tiene. ¿Cuál collar va a comprar? Un hombre está buscando un regalo de cumpleaños para su esposa en una joyería. ¿Cuál collar va a comprar? ¿En qué puedo ayudarle?
Estoy buscando un regalo de cumpleaños para mi esposa. ¿Qué me recomienda?
Mire, ¿qué le parece este collar?
Creo que es demasiado largo.
¿Qué le parecen estos de acá? Tenemos este con un dije de flor y este otro con un corazón.
Estoy buscando algo un poco más sofisticado. ¿Cuánto cuesta aquel collar de perlas?
700 pesos.
Está muy caro. Bueno, entonces voy a llevar el collar que me mostró primero.
Muy bien, aquí tiene.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time!
Hola, soy Brenda, tu profesora de español. Today we're going to talk about the difference between ser and estar, but more specifically talking about personalidad versus emociones or estados. So specifically to talk about personality traits versus or compared to emotions and states. Remember that in English we have only one verb, which is the verb to be. But in Spanish we have two very distinctive verbs for the same to be that we have in English. We're going to have el verbo ser and estar. So when we learn Spanish, we have to learn when to use ser and when to use estar, because in English it's always the same. One of the main differences between these two verbs and when to use them is that we are going to use el verbo ser to talk about characteristics such as personality traits, versus estar, where we're going to use this verb to talk about emotions or emotional states. Vamos a ver algunos ejemplos. Let's have a look at some examples. Soy divertida. Soy activa. Soy sociable. Soy responsable. Soy amable. As you can see, all these examples we are talking about or describing my personality, what am I like? And all these personal traits, we're going to use el verbo ser and not estar. If we use el verbo estar in these examples, it will just not make sense because we are describing the personality, a characteristic. So it just doesn't really quite work if we use el verbo estar. Some examples with estar. Estoy cansada. Estoy bien. Estoy enferma. Estoy feliz. Estoy triste. As you can see in all these examples, we are talking about an emotional state. It's not my personality trait. I could be a very happy person, but I could be feeling sad at this moment, and therefore it's an emotional state. And that's why we're going to use it with the verbo estar and not ser. Sometimes, like I said before, if you pick the wrong verb, it will just simply not work. It won't make sense. It will be like choosing a completely different verb. I have sad instead of something like that. It will mean something like this when you pick a different verb, that it just doesn't make sense. But there are instances in which, depending on the adjective, we'll be able to use both verbs, but we'll be saying different things because one is going to be describing a personality trait and the other verb is going to be describing an emotional state. Let's have a look at some examples. Soy divertida versus estoy divertida. Soy aburrida versus estoy aburrida. Soy lista versus estoy lista. Soy borracha versus estoy borracha. Have a look at these examples. Can you actually see what the difference is between they're all correct, they're grammatically correct, we are saying things with these two verbs, but we're saying different things. So when we use it with el verbo ser, again we're going to be describing a personality trait. When we use it with el verbo estar, we're going to be talking about an emotional state. Por ejemplo, soy divertida means I am fun. Estoy divertida means I am having fun. Can you see the difference there? One is a personality trait, the other one is a state. I am actually having fun right now. Same with aburrida. Soy aburrida, I am boring, versus I am bored. One is a state, the other one is a personality trait. Soy lista significa I am smart. In this case, if we say with estar, estoy lista significa I am ready, and you can see that here the verb is changing entirely the meaning of lista, from smart to ready. One is a state, I'm ready, the other one is a personality characteristic. Y soy borracha means I am a drunk, right? And estoy borracha, I am a little tipsy. So that you can see there, if you actually use the verb wrongly, you can either be saying to someone you're drunk or you are a drunk, right? So that's why it's so important to actually learn when to use ser and when to use estar. Muy bien. So remember, if we are describing a characteristic or a personality trait, we're going to use ser, and when we want to describe a state or an emotional state, an emotion, we're going to use el verbo estar. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for watching and I will be seeing you in the next class. Adiós, hasta luego.
Hola a todos, soy Rosa. En esta lección voy a hablar un poco de un día cargado de emoción, deseos y propósitos para los españoles. La Nochevieja, noche que marca la entrada a un nuevo año. En este día la fiesta no para hasta la mañana del 1 de enero. En un momento os contaré más acerca de ella. ¿Sabes por qué existe la tradición de comer uvas en Nochevieja? Os enseñaré la respuesta al final del vídeo. Para mucha gente, en especial los jóvenes, podríamos decir que esta noche se divide en dos partes, antes y después de las campanadas. Antes de las 12 de la noche es frecuente tener una gran cena parecida a la de Navidad con la familia. En la televisión todos los programas ofrecen especiales de Año Nuevo. En ellos participan los mejores humoristas del país y las más famosas celebridades. Son también muy frecuentes los conciertos de tanto los cantantes de moda del momento como de aquellos conocidos por abuelos, padres y niños. Conforme se acercan las 12 se respira cierta emoción. Se preparan los cuencos confirmando que cada uno contiene 12 uvas. El lugar más típico donde comer las uvas es la Puerta del Sol en Madrid. Hoy en día se celebra en todas las ciudades, pero es también normal comerlas en casa delante del televisor. Se escucha como cada año cómo sonarán las campanadas y cuándo comer las uvas. Y ¡ton, ton! Llega por fin el momento de comer la primera uva, la segunda... Pero cuidado, existen cada año casos de atragantamiento. Habiendo ya entrado en el nuevo año, lo normal es felicitar, abrazar y brindar con toda la familia. En este brindis, para traer dinero, es normal introducir en la copa un anillo de oro. A partir de este momento se colapsarán las líneas telefónicas y no se dejará de enviar y recibir mensajes y llamadas de felicitación de todos los amigos y familiares. Tras esto, normalmente se sale a la calle, a algún pub o discoteca, y a celebrar el nuevo año hasta que el cuerpo aguante. Es normal en este día estrenar nueva ropa, pero no solo eso. Es también tradición estrenar un conjunto de ropa interior. Normalmente esta será de color amarillo si quieres atraer dinero o lo más frecuente, roja, si quieres atraer amor. Y ahora voy a daros la respuesta a la pregunta que lancé antes. ¿Sabes por qué existe la tradición de comer uvas en Nochevieja? Parece que no tiene ningún motivo religioso o cultural, sino más bien económico. En la Nochevieja de 1909, los cosechadores de uva tuvieron una gran producción e inventaron por eso el rito de tomar las uvas de la suerte en la última noche del año. ¿Qué tal esta lección? ¿Aprendiste algo interesante sobre la Nochevieja en España? ¿Cómo entra en tu país la gente en el nuevo año? Por favor, deje su comentario en SpanishPod101.com. ¡Hasta la próxima!
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Spanish. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Leah.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Spanish writing. Just like English, Spanish uses Roman letters in its writing.
Unlike English, the Spanish alphabet has one additional letter called ñ, which appears after the letter N and before the letter O.
This letter looks like a regular N, but with a tilde on top. It sounds like a combination between an N and a Y sound, like in the word canyon.
Ñ, español, niño, mañana.
Other than this one extra letter, the Spanish alphabet is essentially written the same as the English alphabet. For the most part, punctuation in Spanish is similar to English. A period marks the end of a sentence, and a comma indicates a pause. Exclamation and question marks, however, are a different story. In English, we place an exclamation mark at the end of a sentence to denote that it's exclamatory. We do the same thing for question marks to denote that the sentence is a question.
In Spanish, however, exclamation marks and question marks must be placed at the end and at the beginning of the exclamatory phrase or question. Hola. Hola? The inverted marks must be placed whenever a new exclamatory or question phrase is formed, even if it is within the same sentence. Hola y buenas noches.
Notice how this only applies to the phrase and not to the entire sentence itself.
Juan, ¿a dónde vas?
On the other hand, the ending marks still go at the end of the sentence, regardless of whether the words are part of the question or not.
¿A dónde vas, Juan?
To indicate a sentence that is both a question and an exclamation, use both marks. Ensure that you're being consistent with which marks go on the inside and which go on the outside.
¿Y tú quién te crees que eres? ¿Y tú quién te crees que eres?
Compared to English, Spanish doesn't capitalize as many words as English does.
Let's go over a few cases where English capitalizes words when Spanish does not.
The days of the week and the months of the year are not capitalized in Spanish. For example,
Hoy es jueves 23 de octubre.
Seasons of the year are also not capitalized.
El invierno se acerca.
Personal titles are not capitalized unless they are abbreviations.
Señor, señorita, doctor.
Titles, such as those of a movie or book, capitalize the first word only. Every other word in the title is written in lowercase.
Harry Potter y la piedra filosofal.
Names of countries and cities are capitalized, but names of languages are not.
Reino Unido. Estados Unidos. Hablo inglés.
Finally, we come to the Spanish accent mark. Spanish uses a mark called the acute accent. It looks like a diagonal line which starts from the bottom left and rises towards the upper right.
This accent mark appears above the letter. More specifically, accents will only appear over the 5 vowels in Spanish.
The Spanish accent is used to indicate that the syllable which has the accent must be stressed. So always stress the syllable which has the accent.
Médico. Compró.
Some words are spelled the same and sound the same, but have different meanings in Spanish.
El. El.
In these situations, the accent is used to differentiate the two words, so it's clear exactly which word we're referring to.
Más. Más.
Okay, so we've covered the main accent mark in Spanish, but what about these ones?
Don't be fooled by the first example. Even though it might look like an accent, it's just the letter ñ in Spanish.
The second example is an accent marker, and it's used to indicate that the U should be pronounced. This is because the letter U is usually silent when it comes after the letter G. Consider the following examples.
Guerra. Guerrilla. Vergüenza. Pingüino.
Notice how the U is silent in the first two examples.
Guerra. Guerrilla.
But pronounced in the last two.
Vergüenza. Pingüino.
Keep in mind, though, that this accent only occurs in a few words that have the letters G and U together. In this lesson, you learned that Spanish uses Roman letters like English, with one additional letter. Exclamation and question marks appear inverted at the beginning of the phrase and upright at the end of the sentence. Days, months, and seasons aren't capitalized in Spanish, and the acute accent is used in Spanish mainly to indicate stress. In the next lesson, you'll be entering Spanish Boot Camp, where you'll learn useful beginner phrases to get you speaking Spanish right away. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hola a todos, soy Rosa. En esta lección os quiero hablar sobre una fiesta con la que podréis deshaceros de todo el estrés que habéis acumulado hasta el momento arrojando tomates a diestro y siniestro. Se trata de la Tomatina, celebrada en Buñol, Valencia, el último miércoles del mes de agosto. En 2014 cae el 27 de agosto y en 2015 el 26 de agosto. ¿Sabes de dónde provienen los tomates usados en la Tomatina? Os enseñaré la respuesta al final del vídeo. El año que se considera origen de esta fiesta es 1945. Se celebraba la fiesta de gigantes y cabezudos y algunos jóvenes allí reunidos querían formar parte del desfile. Quienes lo dirigían se negaron y comenzaron a pelear entre ellos cuando tras un forcejeo uno cayó al suelo. Se dice que había cerca un puesto de verduras y los jóvenes los cogieron y lanzaron contra los otros. Acabaron los tomates volando de un lado a otro hasta que la policía intervino. Se dio fin y los que participaron tuvieron que pagar por los daños. La celebración comienza la noche anterior. En la plaza se preparan paellas y todos beben vino. Por la mañana temprano, todos los comerciantes con locales en la plaza se afanan en proteger puertas y ventanas. A las 10 de la mañana es cuando se produce el palo jabón. Consiste en subir un poste resbaladizo porque ha sido engrasado y con un jamón arriba. Se da la señal de inicio cuando alguien descuelga uno de los jamones. En este momento, camiones llenan la plaza de tomates. La pelea terminará en 1 hora exacta. Desde el ayuntamiento se han establecido algunas reglas para que no exista ningún altercado. La más importante es que solo pueden lanzarse tomates. Otra es que no se pueden llegar a romper la camiseta de los otros participantes. También piden que se aplasten los tomates para que al lanzarlos no hagan daño. Es importante, además, tener cuidado y mantenerse alejado de los camiones que transportan los tomates hacia la plaza. Hay que tener en mente también que cuando suena el segundo disparo deben dejarse de lanzar tomates. Además, por seguridad, recomiendan llevar gafas y guantes. En 2007, la marca de equipamiento deportivo Adidas utilizó para unas zapatillas limitadas la palabra tomatina. El Ayuntamiento de Buñol la demandó, solicitando su retirada y una indemnización. Sin embargo, todo esto acabó en nada cuando el jurado desestimó la demanda. Y ahora voy a daros la respuesta a la pregunta que lancé antes. ¿Sabes de dónde provienen los tomates usados en la tomatina? Los tomates proceden de Xilxes, Castellón. Estos cuestan bastante menos dinero y se cultivan de hecho específicamente para estas fiestas, ya que no están lo suficientemente buenos como para comérselos. ¿Qué tal esta lección? ¿Aprendiste algo interesante? ¿Existe alguna fiesta parecida a la tomatina en tu país? Por favor, deja tu comentario en SpanishPod101.com. ¡Hasta la próxima! Hi everyone, this is Rosa. Today we'll be doing the 15 questions you should know in Spanish. So let's begin. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo estás? Which is how are you? ¿Cómo estáis? Are you fine? So for example, when you meet a friend, you would say, Hola, ¿cómo estás? I think you can use it with almost everyone. Like, it's not like super informal or anything, so. ¿Cómo te llamas? What's your name? ¿Cómo te llamas? What's your name? Mi nombre es Rosa. My name is Rosa. What's your name? Tell me. Are you Bob? Or maybe Christine? ¿Cuál es tu número de teléfono? What's your phone number? The next question is, ¿cuál es tu número de teléfono? What's your telephone number? My telephone number is 621. No. In Spain, the telephone code, my country code is 34. ¿Cuándo es tu cumpleaños? When is your birthday? ¿Cuándo es tu cumpleaños? When is your birthday? So, mi cumpleaños es el 21 de noviembre. My birthday is the 21st of November. When is yours? Tell me. I'm going to guess when your birthday is, so maybe the 2nd of May? ¿Qué tipo de música te gusta? What type of music do you like? ¿Qué tipo de música te gusta? What type of music do you like? So, do you like pop, rock, hip hop, R&B, reggae? I don't know. Tell me. ¿De dónde eres? Where are you from? ¿De dónde eres? Where are you from? Yo soy de España. So tell me where you're from. Maybe you're from Italy or from the United States. ¿Dónde aprendiste español? Where did you learn Spanish? ¿Dónde aprendiste español? Where did you learn Spanish? I learned Spanish at home. Where did you learn it? Maybe at a class or with these videos, maybe. ¿Dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está el baño? Where is the toilet? So for example, when you are at the restaurant and you want to go to the toilet, you can ask the waiter, ¿dónde está el baño? And yeah, he will tell you. ¿Dónde trabajas? Where do you work? The next question is, ¿dónde trabajas? Which is, where do you work? Do you work in a company? Or maybe you're a freelancer? For example, I don't know, if you're at a party and you meet someone ¿Dónde trabajas? ¿Cuáles son tus aficiones? What are your hobbies? ¿Cuáles son tus aficiones? Which is, what are your hobbies? If you like traveling, reading, taking photos, drawing, watching films, cooking. ¿Durante cuánto tiempo has estudiado español? How long have you been studying Spanish? The next question is, ¿durante cuánto tiempo has estudiado español? For how long have you been studying Spanish? It's a long process, but it will be worth it. Yeah. ¿Has estado en España? Have you been to Spain? So the next question is, ¿has estado en España? Have you been to Spain? And if so, where have you been to? Don't forget to go to the south of Spain. It's very beautiful. ¿Qué es esto? What's this? ¿Qué es esto? What is this? So yeah, you can just point at something and ask another person. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es esto? Can you guess? ¿Qué has dicho? What did you say? ¿Qué has dicho? Which is, what did you say? When you didn't understand well what another person said, you can tell them, ¿qué has dicho? ¿Te gusta la comida española? Do you like Spanish food? ¿Te gusta la comida española? Do you like Spanish food? So, do you like Spanish omelettes? Or what else can you like? Do you like gazpacho? So, yeah, this is the end of today's 15 questions you should know in Spanish. So I hope it was useful for you, and thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Please tell me everything about you. Where do you work? In this video, you learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Spanish. Hi everybody, my name is Rosa. Welcome to the 800 Core Spanish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Spanish. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at SpanishPod101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master Spanish. Okay, let's get started. First is pijama, pajamas, pijama, pijama, pajamas. Me puse el pijama y me fui a dormir. I put on my pajamas and I went to sleep. Me puse el pijama y me fui a dormir. Sujetador, brasier, sujetador, sujetador, brasier, sujetador blanco, white brasier, sujetador blanco. Despertar, wake up, despertar, despertar, wake up. Necesito una alarma para que me ayude a despertarme. I need an alarm to help me wake up. Necesito una alarma para que me ayude a despertarme. Ir al trabajo. Commute. Ir al trabajo. Ir al trabajo. Commute. Voy al trabajo en tren. I commute to work by train. Voy al trabajo en tren. Comer. Eat. Comer. Comer. Eat. A mi madre le encanta comer churros. My mother loves to eat churros. A mi madre le encanta comer churros. Arte. Art. Arte. Arte. Art. El museo exhibió arte moderno. The museum exhibited modern art. El museo exhibió arte moderno. Literatura. Literature. Literatura. Literatura. Literature. No sabía que este país tenía tanta buena literatura. I didn't know this country had so much great literature. No sabía que este país tenía tanta buena literatura. Película. Movie. Película. Película. Movie. ¿A qué hora empieza la película? What time does the movie start? ¿A qué hora empieza la película? Música. Music. Música. Música. Music. Escuchamos la música. We listen to the music. Escuchamos la música. Contestar. Answer. Contestar. Contestar. Answer. Por favor, contesta el teléfono. Please answer the phone. Por favor, contesta el teléfono. Enseñar. Teach. Enseñar. Enseñar. Teach. Mi amigo intentó enseñarme a tocar la guitarra eléctrica. My friend tried to teach me how to play the electric guitar. Mi amigo intentó enseñarme a tocar la guitarra eléctrica. Preguntar. Ask. Preguntar. Preguntar. Ask. Debes preguntarle a un médico. You must ask a doctor. Debes preguntarle a un médico. Cerrar. Close. Cerrar. Cerrar. Close. ¿Puedes cerrar la puerta? Could you close the door? ¿Puedes cerrar la puerta? Nacimiento. Birth. Nacimiento. Nacimiento. Birth. Celebramos nuestro nacimiento cada año. We celebrate our birth every year. Celebramos nuestro nacimiento cada año. Trabajar. Work. Trabajar. Trabajar. Work. ¿Por qué quieres trabajar aquí? Why do you want to work here? ¿Por qué quieres trabajar aquí? Encender. Turn on. Encender. Encender. Turn on. Enciendo el ordenador. I turn on my computer. Enciendo el ordenador. Apagar. Turn off. Apagar. Apagar. Turn off. ¿Puedes apagar las luces? Can you turn off the lights? ¿Puedes apagar las luces? Comer fuera. Eat out. Comer fuera. Comer fuera. Eat out. A la gente le gusta comer fuera los fines de semana. People like to eat out on the weekends. A la gente le gusta comer fuera los fines de semana. Asistir. Attend. Asistir. Asistir. Attend. Todos los del departamento van a asistir a una reunión. Everyone in the department is attending a meeting. Todos los del departamento van a asistir a una reunión. Oeste. West. Oeste. Oeste. West. El sol se pone en el oeste. The sun sets in the west. El sol se pone en el oeste. Well done! In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at SpanishPod101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources. See you next time! Adiós!
Hello friends from SpanishPod101.com. I'm Efrain.
And I'm Diego.
And today we're gonna improve your vocabulary with words that you can use every day in your life.
So
enjoy the video!
Carolina es tu mejor amiga, ¿no?
Así es, Diego.
Y cuéntame, ¿cómo es ella?
Ay, ella es una persona súper inteligente, es divertida, todo el tiempo está feliz, es amistosa, es simpática, nunca es grosera, tampoco es aburrida para nada. Wow.
So, you may have recognized some of these adjectives, but these are very common adjectives. In this video, we will tell you more synonyms of these words that you can use on a daily basis to describe someone. So, let's start with the first one, inteligente. Let's give you an example.
Carolina ha leído más de 10 libros en este mes.
Wow.
Ella es una persona inteligente, culta, instruida y lista, por supuesto. Diego, ¿y cómo es tu hermano Víctor?
Mi hermano tiene muy buena complexión física, entonces podría asegurar que él es guapo, es agraciado, apuesto.
Claro, además, él se lleva muy bien con las personas.
Es cierto.
Es simpático, es agradable y por supuesto encantador.
Sí.
Y yo he visto que cuando toca el piano, eso lo pone muy feliz, lo pone contento y por supuesto alegre.
Totalmente. Y además, él cuenta muy buenos chistes.
Claro.
Es divertido, chistoso, ocurrente, gracioso. Y dime, Efraín, ¿cómo te gustaría ser recordado?
Muy buena pregunta, Diego. Pues a mí me gustaría ser recordado como una persona interesante, como una persona cautivadora, como alguien atrayente.
Okay.
Y no solo eso, me gustaría ser recordado como una persona amistosa, una persona afable, como alguien accesible a los demás.
¿Sabes? Esas son buenas características. Yo también puedo afirmar que Efraín no es alguien aburrido, o desganado, o desanimado, o adormecedor.
Claro, Diego. Muchas gracias por tus palabras, sí. Son muy bonitas.
Sí, sí. Oye, ¿qué pasa? Te veo triste, muy triste, afligido. ¿Todo bien?
Pues no todo bien. Yo iba caminando y una señora me dijo, hey, ¿qué traes en la bolsa? Y yo le dije, traigo mi llaverito. Y se empezó a reír, solamente se empezó a reír.
No puede
y
ser.
Eso me ofendió mucho.
Ay, no puede ser. Qué señora tan grosera, tan maleducada, tan antipática, tan insolente.
Claro que sí. ¿Qué personas hay en esta tierra?
Vaya que sí. Now, let's test your knowledge with some exercises. The first one. Miguelito acaba de conseguir un nuevo trabajo. Miguelito está feliz, contento, alegre.
A Paula se le acaba de morir su perrito. Paula está muy triste o afligida.
Diego y Efraín son guapos, apuestos, agraciados.
A Nacho le gusta mucho jugar ajedrez, le gusta mucho leer y nunca ha regresado con ninguna de sus ex. Nacho es una persona inteligente, culta, instruida, lista. Muy bien hecho, Nacho.
Sé como Nacho. That's it for today, my friends from SpanishPod101.com. We hope that you have enjoyed the video. If so, please give us your thumbs up, and if you have any opinion, let us know in the comment section. Nos vemos en el siguiente video.
¡Hasta luego!
Hello, my name is Rosa and this is Spanish Top Words, and today we'll be doing top 20 travel phrases you should know. ¿Cuánto cuesta esto? How much is this? ¿Cuánto cuesta esto? How much is this? You can also say, ¿Cuánto vale? ¿Hablas inglés? Do you speak English? ¿Hablas inglés? Do you speak English? In most cases, the answer to that might not be that positive, but yeah, you can try. ¿Me puedo probar esto? Can I try this on? ¿Me puedo probar esto? Can I try this on? So if you enter a clothing store and there's something you like, you can ask the shopping assistant, ¿me puedo probar esto? ¿Tienes sitio para esta noche? Do you have any vacancies tonight? ¿Tienes sitio para esta noche? Do you have any vacancies tonight? Maybe try to not get to the point in which you have to ask this and book your room beforehand. No. ¿Tienes alguna recomendación? Do you have any recommendations? ¿Tienes alguna recomendación? Do you have any recommendations? Like if you travel to Spain, you have to go to Granada. Cannot miss it. Most beautiful city in the world. Me gustaría 10 de estos. I'd like 10 of these. Me gustaría 10 de estos. I'd like 10 of these. So if you want to buy souvenirs for all your friends and you don't really want to like think a lot, you just can find some, I don't know, keychain or postcard. Say, me gustaría 10 de estos. I would like 10 of these. And it'll be over. Because it's pretty stressful to find souvenirs for everyone. Me gustaría este. I'd like this. Me gustaría este. I'd like this. So if you're talking to the shopping assistant and maybe the thing you want is a bit further away, like you can point at it and say, me gustaría este. Tengo una reserva. I have a reservation. Tengo una reserva. I have a reservation. So if you really want to go to a restaurant, try to like research a little bit and see if that place is normally full so that you can like make a reservation beforehand. ¿Es este el autobús correcto para el aeropuerto? Is this the right bus for the airport? ¿Es este el autobús correcto para el aeropuerto? Is this the right bus for the airport? Normally going by taxi to the airport is pretty expensive, so you want to check the buses. ¿Es gratis el Wi-Fi? Is the Wi-Fi free? ¿Es gratis el Wi-Fi? Is the Wi-Fi free? The Spanish people have this tendency of saying Wi-Fi even in English because we are so used to call it that way in Spanish. So if person is talking to you and say something about Wi-Fi, you know they mean Wi-Fi. ¿Me podría dar un descuento? Could you give me a discount? ¿Me podría dar un descuento? Could you give me a discount? So it's not that common in Spain to ask for a discount in a store. So yeah, maybe if you go to an outdoors market or to these stalls near the beach, you can ask for a discount. ¿Me podría encontrar una habitación para no fumadores? Could you find me a non-smoking room? ¿Me podría encontrar una habitación para no fumadores? Could you find me a non-smoking room? So about smoking, like in Spain is forbidden to smoke inside places. And I find it so funny that in Japan it's the opposite, like you cannot smoke outside, but you can smoke in places. I just find it kind of weird. How is it in your country? ¿Podrías sacarme una foto, por favor? Could you take a picture of me, please? ¿Podrías sacarme una foto, por favor? Could you take a picture of me, please? I have the impression that lately, with all these selfie sticks and things, like people are not asking that anymore, but before, like, it was really common to get asked that. ¿Podría tener la cuenta? Could I have the check? ¿Podría tener la cuenta? Could I have the check? And also you can just say la cuenta, por favor. It's the same thing. ¿Tienen algún plato vegetariano? Do you have any vegetarian dishes? ¿Tienen algún plato vegetariano? Do you have any vegetarian dishes? So before it wasn't that common, but nowadays there are a lot of vegetarian and vegan places opening in Spain, so it's getting easier. And also, like in normal places, they now have like options for vegetarian people, so yeah, getting easier. Perdone, ¿cuál es la tarifa? Excuse me, what's the fare? Perdone, ¿cuál es la tarifa? Excuse me, what's the fare? Some museums and monuments sometimes have like a special fare for students, so if you are one, you can maybe ask, perdone, ¿cuál es la tarifa para estudiantes? ¿Aceptáis tarjeta de crédito? Do you take credit cards? ¿Aceptáis tarjeta de crédito? Do you take credit cards? So in most shops in Spain, you can pay by card and there's no problem, but maybe if you go to a small town, go to a small shop, like you might have to pay in cash. So yeah, in these cases, like you can ask this question. ¿Podría darme un mapa? Could I get a map? ¿Podría darme un mapa? Could I get a map? I'm so thankful about Google Maps because I have no sense of direction, and even if I have a map, like for me it's so difficult to like understand it and follow it. So yeah, I'm happy there's technology now. ¿Podríamos tener el menú, por favor? Could we have the menu, please? ¿Podríamos tener el menú, por favor? Could we have the menu, please? Yeah, if you go to a restaurant, you can ask this question and they'll bring you the menu. Esto no es lo que pedí. This isn't what I ordered. Esto no es lo que pedí. This isn't what I ordered. Yeah, normally if you get something different from what you ordered and you say this politely, like they will replace it for you. So no problem. Perdona, sorry, but this is not what I ordered. ¿Te importaría cambiarlo? Would you mind to change it? So this is the end. Today we did 20 travel phrases you should know. Tell me what would you like to see if you travel to Spain? Don't forget to check out SpanishPod101.com and don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Hasta pronto.
Hi everybody, Rosa here. Welcome to As a Teacher, where I'll answer some of your most common Spanish questions. The question for this lesson is, when are the prepositions por and para used? The prepositions por and para are a little difficult for Spanish learners because both are used in similar contexts and have similar meanings. In English, the prepositions por and para are frequently translated as for, by, and to. Let's go over por and para so you can learn how to use them correctly. Por comes from the Latin word pro, meaning for, while para is formed from the combination of the Latin prepositions pro and ad, which mean for and to respectively. Por is frequently used to express a cause, such as viajo por placer, meaning I travel for pleasure, a place, such as camino por la calle, meaning I walk down the street, a period of time, Por las mañanas voy a la universidad. In the morning, I go to college. A medium. Te enviaré el paquete por mensajero. I'll send the package by courier. A substitution or equivalence. Haré los deberes por ti. I will do the task for you. And passive voice. El almuerzo fue preparado por mi madre. Lunch was prepared by my mother. Para is used for. Utility. Estas zapatillas son para correr. Meaning, these shoes are for running. Direction. Voy para Europa en vacaciones. I'm going to Europe on vacation. Here, it can be replaced by con destino a, which means bound for. Time limitation. Son 10 para las 5. It's 10 minutes to 5. Here, the difference is that we use para when time is fixed or when there's a deadline. Opinion. Para mí, que perderán el juego. I think that they will lose the game. Literally, for me, that they will lose the game. And goal or destination. To where or to whom it goes. As in, saldré a caminar para respirar aire fresco. Meaning, I will go for a walk to get some fresh air. Here, the goal is to get fresh air. The most challenging point may be to identify when to use por instead of para. Just keep in mind that por is used more frequently to talk about a medium to do something. As in, te llamaré por teléfono, I will call you by phone. Another common usage is to refer to something unspecific, either time or place. For example, estoy por tu casa, meaning I'm around, close to your house. Or llegaré por la tarde, meaning I will arrive around the afternoon. Para, on the other hand, is more often used to talk about the purpose or destination of something. As in, este libro es para la clase, meaning this book is for the class. Or voy para tu casa, meaning I'm going to or in direction to your house. How was this lesson? Pretty interesting, right? Do you have any more questions? Leave them in the comments below and I'll try to answer them. Hasta luego, see you later!
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Spanish. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Leah. In this series, you'll learn everything you need to know to get started learning Spanish.
That's right, and we're here to help guide you through your journey. In this lesson, you'll learn the reasons why you should start learning Spanish, about the different types of Spanish dialects, and how to get started. There are many reasons you should start learning Spanish. Did you know? Spanish is the second most spoken language in the entire world. There are even more native speakers of Spanish than there are native speakers of English. Knowing Spanish allows you to communicate with more people.
And Spanish isn't just a language, but a culture and a way of living.
Many cultural experiences, modes of thinking, and ways of living can only truly be understood by speakers of a given language.
When we are thinking, we use our native language to do so. But if you learn another language and become multilingual, you can actually choose to think in another language. Just imagine what it'd be like thinking to yourself in Spanish.
Things that are inherent in language, such as degrees of politeness or gender classes in everyday nouns, impact the way people in that culture interact with one another. Thinking in another language allows you to see why people in that culture do things the way that they do. Learning a new language then provides a new way for you to see life, and this ultimately helps you to grow as a person.
If you like to travel, then you must know how important language is. This is particularly true for Spanish-speaking countries.
Unlike many other countries around the world, the majority of people in most Spanish-speaking countries have a very poor ability to speak English. If you hope to interact with locals in most Spanish-speaking countries, it's crucial that you learn how to communicate in Spanish.
And considering that Spanish is the second most spoken language in the world, you're missing out on a lot of what Spanish culture has to offer if you don't know how to speak Spanish.
If you're eager to travel and see the world, learning Spanish may be the catalyst you need to kickstart your journey, and perhaps one day make that dream a reality.
Did you know the Spanish spoken in Mexico isn't exactly the same as the Spanish spoken in Spain? Spanish is a super language that spans multiple continents.
There are some differences in the language based on region, but these differences will only reveal themselves to you once you start learning Spanish. The beauty of it is that once you learn standard Spanish, you'll be able to understand any Spanish-speaking person, regardless of where they're from.
Some dialects and accents, however, can be more easily understood than others.
Mexican Spanish, Argentinian, and Spanish from Chile, for example, are generally easier to understand because they're spoken slower and words are pronounced more clearly.
Interestingly, Argentinian Spanish has a big Italian influence, so there are many uses of Italian words in the language itself. This makes it easier for people who know Italian to learn and understand Argentinian.
In this series, we'll teach you the most universal form called Standard Spanish, and this will ensure that you'll be able to communicate with Spanish speakers from all over the world.
Learning a new language is just a matter of having a good learning method, practice, and time.
Let's begin by teaching your first few words in Spanish.
In reality, though, you most likely know some Spanish already. Everybody knows patio, hola, and fiesta. Let's teach you something that you might not know, but which is very useful. Muchas gracias. It means thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
This is perhaps the most useful phrase to learn since it's used a lot in Spanish.
Always answer muchas gracias to show your appreciation. Muchas gracias.
Now you try.
Muchas gracias. Muchas means many, and gracias means thanks. So the phrase muchas gracias literally means many thanks. Muchas gracias.
Repeat after Leah.
Muchas gracias.
Keep repeating until you get it.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, one last time.
Muchas gracias.
Well done. Now you know how to say thank you in Spanish. We've covered a lot of things already, so why don't we wrap up the first lesson and recap what we've learned? In this lesson, you learned the benefits of studying Spanish, the different dialects in Spanish, and how to say thank you in Spanish.
Muchas gracias.
In the next lesson, we'll dive into Spanish pronunciation by taking a look at the sounds of Spanish, so be sure to watch the next video. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hola a todos, soy Lucía. Hi everybody, I am Lucía. Welcome to SpanishFor101.com. Español en 3 minutos, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. In the last lesson, we learned the phrase ¿Habla inglés? Do you speak English? In this lesson, we are going to learn how to apologize or say excuse me in Spanish. The basic phrase for excuse me is disculpe. Disculpe. We should use disculpe in formal situations, like when we're ordering something at a restaurant. For example, disculpe, un café por favor. Excuse me, a coffee please. We can also use it when asking a question. Disculpe, ¿dónde está el baño? Excuse me, where is the restroom? Another way to say excuse me is perdón. Perdón. Just like disculpe, we can use perdón when asking a question or when apologizing. Both of these phrases can be used for either excuse me or I'm sorry. But if you really want to apologize for something, it might be better to use a different phrase. That phrase is lo siento. It means I'm sorry, and it can be used in both formal and informal situations. Lo siento. Unlike the others, lo siento only has the meaning of I'm sorry and not excuse me. Now it's time for Lucia's insights. Please remember that if we accidentally bump into someone on the street, we don't usually say I'm sorry, lo siento. Instead, we say excuse me, disculpe, or perdón. Are you able to count in Spanish? In the next lesson, we're going to learn the numbers in Spanish from 1 to 10. Hasta la próxima. See you soon.
Hello
Hello friends from SpanishPod101.com. I'm Efrain.
And I'm Diego.
And today we're gonna give you a quick guide to survive to Mexican Spanish.
Enjoy
the video! Woo! Mexico is a very beautiful place to visit because of its people, because of its culture, and many other things. But there is something in the communication that becomes slightly difficult because we have so many usages that are not used in other countries. Give us an example, Diego.
Yeah, so for example, we have a difference between the use of pretérito perfecto and the pretérito indefinido because, for example, in Spain, they tend to use the pretérito perfecto for an action that ended recently. So they will say something like, esta mañana he desayunado cereal, or hoy he desayunado cereal. However, in Mexico, we wouldn't say it in that way. We would rather say, esta mañana desayuné cereal, or hoy desayuné cereal. Now, in Mexico, many things are small. And I don't say that because of the size of the things, but rather because we tend to use a diminutive in so many occasions. So, for example, for showing courtesy or hospitality or kindness, or even when we ask for something and we want to be polite. So we can use it, for example, in the adjectives. I could say, Efraín es chaparrito. Efraín is short. But we could also use it in the nouns. So we will give you more examples.
Diego, como que hace calorcito, ¿no?
Sí, hace un poquito de calor.
Sonará extraño, pero se me antojó un cafecito.
Claro, pero en un ratito que terminemos el video, te lo preparo.
Ok, ahorita me lo haces, ¿eh?
Claro que sí.
Va. There is another huge difference. Mexicans are incapable of saying no. So we create pretexts, excuses, and we delay the offer. That is something that people of other countries hate about us. So it wouldn't be strange to hear things like sí, pero al ratito. Muy probablemente, pero yo te aviso. Te confirmo al rato. Tal vez. Al rato quedamos. O nos marcamos después. So when you hear stuff like that, the other person might be declining your petition. For example, Diego, deberíamos ir a una fiesta hoy. Escuché que esta Ana va a dar una fiesta en su casa a las 8.
Oh, esa noche. Bueno, es que ya tenía un plan con unos amigos. No estoy seguro.
Pues invítalos.
Sí, pero bueno, yo te confirmo más al ratito.
Ok, sí, tú me dices.
Sí. Another thing you need to know before coming to Mexico is that we tend to overuse the reflexive pronoun te and the suffix le. As we know, the reflexive pronoun te, we use it all the time whenever we use an reflexive verb. And the suffix le is for an indirect object. However, in Mexico, we use the reflexive pronoun te for a request that we want to make it sound more friendly for cheering up the person whom we are asking the request. So I could say, Efra, léete el libro de Rayuela de Julio Cortázar. Es muy, muy bueno.
Ok, seguro.
And the suffix le, we use it for, once again, this is another imperative. And we use it whenever we want something to be done quickly, and it's also kind of friendly and cheerful. So we could probably say, we can use it in the verb correr. It doesn't really need an indirect object. So it wouldn't be strange to hear in Mexico a thing such as, Efra, córrele, que se nos va a hacer tarde para ir al cine. We will give you another example.
Diego, échate este vino conmigo, al fin ya no tiene mucho.
No, Efra, tú sabes que yo ya no tomo.
Nomás un traguito, Diego.
No. Pero, ¿qué tienes? ¿Estás un poco triste o algo?
No No, todo bien, Diego, todo bien.
Te veo un poco animado. A ver, cántate una canción.
Amigo, ¿qué te pasa? Estás llorando.
Pero cántale con ganas.
Amigo, ¿qué te pasa? Estás llorando. Seguro es por destenes de mujeres. No hay golpe más mortal para los hombres. So, this is it, friends from SpanishPod101.com. We hope you have enjoyed this video and give us your thumbs up if you want to come to Mexico and meet some friends here. Let us know your opinion right below.
In our comment section, and see you in the next video.
See you!
Hi everyone! Welcome to the Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide. In this lesson, you'll learn the top 5 Spanish pronunciation mistakes to avoid. These are common mistakes that students of Spanish tend to make, so pay close attention and make sure that you don't make these same mistakes too. Are you ready? Then let's get started. Number 1. Pronouncing the letter H. The letter H is silent in Spanish. Most people learning Spanish try to pronounce it when in fact it should be silent. English speakers in particular are used to pronouncing it in their own language, so they try to do so in Spanish as well. But don't make this same mistake. Take hello, for example.
Hola.
Notice that Alex does not pronounce the H sound.
Hola.
Let's move on to number 2.
Ñe.
Many Spanish learners tend to pronounce this consonant incorrectly. Listen to Alex pronounce this consonant in a few words.
Niño. Niña. Baño.
This letter can be difficult for students of Spanish to pronounce, mostly because they don't have this sound in their language. One trick to pronouncing this sound is by saying the word onion or canyon. It kind of sounds like a combination between an N and a Y sound, doesn't it? But don't worry about much of the specifics for now, as we'll break down this consonant in Lesson 7. Number 3. Mispronouncing the letter J. The letter J sounds a bit like an H sound in English. This is confusing for many speakers, particularly if their language also uses the Roman letters H and J. But not only this, because if you listen very carefully, it's not the same sound as the H in the English word how, for example. Listen to Alex again. It's pronounced further back, close to the throat. In fact, you should feel a little tickle in the back of the throat. This sound is also pronounced with a bit more force. Listen to Alex pronounce this letter in a few words.
Jamón. Eje. Reloj.
Number 4. Pronouncing Spanish vowels. When pronouncing vowels in Spanish, many speakers tend to stretch out the vowels for too long. Spanish vowels should be pronounced short and simple. Listen to Alex.
A. E. I. O. U.
Now listen to Alex pronounce these vowels in a few words. Pay close attention to the duration of the vowel in each word.
Amigo. Enero. Ir. Oro. Uva.
And finally, number 5. Mispronouncing the double L sound.
Y.
Double L's are not pronounced the same as the English L sound. Many Spanish learners tend to pronounce it as such or try to extend the sound to compensate. However, the actual sound is quite different. Listen to it again.
Y.
It sounds like a combination of an L and a Y sound. Now, let's listen to how Alex pronounces this sound in a few words.
Llamar. Llave. Pollo.
We'll break down this sound in Lesson 6. Now you know the top 5 Spanish pronunciation mistakes to avoid. Try to be careful so that you don't make these same mistakes. In the next lesson, we'll start learning vowel sounds in Spanish. What's your biggest challenge with Spanish pronunciation? Is it one of these top 5 mistakes? Let us know in the comments. Stick with us and you'll overcome it quickly. See you in the next Ultimate Spanish Pronunciation Guide lesson.
Hi everyone, this is Rosa, and today we'll be doing top 10 phrases to use when you're angry. Let's begin! No es de tu incumbencia. It's none of your business. No es de tu incumbencia. It's none of your business. Okay, so if someone asks you about something you don't want to say anything about, like, and you're, I don't know, a bit upset maybe at this person, like you can say this. Cállate. Shut up. Cállate. Shut up. So very straightforward. If you want someone to be silent, you can say this. Déjame en paz. Leave me alone. Déjame en paz. Leave me alone. So if you are very busy or if you don't want like another person to talk to you for a while, you can say this. It's not very nice, but you can say. ¿Estás de coña? Are you kidding me? ¿Estás de coña? Are you kidding me? So for example, if someone is saying something to you and that thing like really surprises you and you, I don't know, didn't think that that could happen, you can use this sentence. Depending on the tone you use, you can use it with friends and it doesn't have to imply you're angry or anything. It's more like you are surprised, you are, I don't know, you didn't expect to hear that. So, I mean, it's very informal, but it doesn't have to mean that you are angry at the other person. Como quieras. Whatever. Como quieras. Whatever. So, I don't know, when you are tired of discussing with someone, you just want to end the conversation, you can say como quieras, like whatever you want to do, it will most likely be finished. Corta el rollo. Cut it out. Corta el rollo. Cut it out. For example, if someone is making a lot of excuses, is trying to explain something, and you just want them to shut up and stop, I don't know, making excuses or whatever, you can say this. Corta el rollo. No quiero hablar contigo. I don't want to talk to you. No quiero hablar contigo. I don't want to talk to you. You want someone to give you some space and not talk to you for a while, you can say that to this person. Estoy molesto. I'm upset. Estoy molesto. I'm upset. So you can say this if someone has done you something, you're feeling a bit mad about it. ¿Y qué pasa? So what? ¿Y qué pasa? So what? Maybe if someone makes a remark about something you said, I don't know, the other person like is complaining about something or found some problem, but you don't think that thing is important, you can say, ¿y qué pasa? So what? No me estás escuchando. You're not listening to me. No me estás escuchando. You're not listening to me. When you are discussing with someone and like the other person goes on and he isn't really listening to you, you can say this, for example. And this is the end of today's top 10 phrases to use when you're angry. Tell us in the comments below what you say when you're angry. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and check out SpanishPod101.com. Hasta luego!
I'm not angry.
In this video, you learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Spanish. Hi everybody, my name is Rosa. Welcome to the 800 Core Spanish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Spanish. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at SpanishPod101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard decks, and finally master Spanish. Okay, let's get started. First is hoy. Today. Hoy. Hoy. Today. Hoy a las 6:15. Today at 6:15. Hoy a las 6:15. Ayer. Yesterday. Ayer. Ayer. Yesterday. Ayer por la tarde. Yesterday afternoon. Ayer por la tarde. Mañana. Tomorrow. Mañana. Mañana. Tomorrow. Hasta mañana. See you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Semana. Week. Semana. Semana. Week. 7 días a la semana. 7 days a week. 7 días a la semana. Año. Year. Año. Año. Year. Año bisiesto. Leap year. Año bisiesto. Segundo. Second. Segundo. Segundo. Second. Solo un segundo. Just a second. Solo un segundo. Minuto. Minute. Minuto. Minuto. Minute. 3 minutos. 3 minutes. 3 minutos. Hora. Hour. Hora. Hora. Hour. Durante una hora. For 1 hour. Durante una hora. Reloj. Clock. Reloj. Reloj. Clock. Reloj despertador. Alarm clock. Reloj despertador. En punto. O'clock. En punto. En punto. O'clock. Las 3 en punto. 3 o'clock. Las 3 en punto. Calendario. Calendar. Calendario. Calendario. Calendar. He marcado nuestro aniversario en el calendario. I marked our anniversary on the calendar. He marcado nuestro aniversario en el calendario. Lunes. Monday. Lunes. Lunes. Monday. La semana laboral empieza el lunes. The work week starts on Monday. La semana laboral empieza el lunes. Martes. Tuesday. Martes. Martes. Tuesday. Martes 1 de enero. Tuesday, January the 1st. Martes 1 de enero. Miércoles. Wednesday. Miércoles. Miércoles. Wednesday. Miércoles 18. Wednesday, the 18th. Miércoles 18. Jueves. Thursday. Jueves. Jueves. Thursday. El jueves. On Thursday. El jueves. Viernes. Friday. Viernes. Viernes. Friday. Viernes 8 de diciembre. Friday, December 8th. Viernes 8 de diciembre. Sábado. Saturday. Sábado. Sábado. Saturday. Sábado noche. Saturday night. Sábado noche. Domingo. Sunday. Domingo. Domingo. Sunday. Hoy es domingo. Today is Sunday. Hoy es domingo. Hacer. Do. Hacer. Hacer. Do. Hacerlo todo. To do it all. Hacerlo todo. Ir. Go. Ir. Ir. Go. Ir al parque. Go to the park. Ir al parque. Remember, the goal of this series is to build a vocabulary of the 800 most common words and phrases in Spanish. If that sounds like a lot, don't worry, we can help you. Click the link in the description to access the full list. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources at SpanishPod101.com. See you next time! Adiós! Hi, my name is Rosa, and today we'll be doing the top 25 adjectives in Spanish. So let's begin. Fácil, easy. Washing dishes is easy. Lavar los platos es fácil. Hablar español es fácil. Speaking Spanish is easy. Memorizing things is easy for me. Memorizar cosas es fácil para mí. Difícil, difficult. The next one is difícil, difficult. Recordar la letra de las canciones es difícil. Remember lyrics of songs is difficult. Grande, large. Grande, which means large. El patio de su casa es muy grande. The patio of his house is very large. Él comió una hamburguesa grande de un bocado. He ate a large burger in one bite. Pequeño, small. The next one is pequeño, which means small. Este plato es muy pequeño para mí. This dish is very small for me. These pants are small for me. Estos pantalones me quedan pequeños. Joven, young. The next one is joven, which means young. Todos dicen que mi madre parece muy joven. Everyone says that my mother looks very young. Me gustaría ser joven eternamente. I would like to be young forever. Viejo, old. Esta ropa es muy vieja. These clothes are very old. He looks much older because he smokes a lot. Él parece mucho más viejo porque fuma demasiado. Nuevo, new. The next one is nuevo, which means new. Este reloj es nuevo. This clock is new. ¿Te gusta tu nuevo trabajo? Do you like your new job? Bueno, good. This food is very good. Esta comida está muy buena. The weather is not very good today. El tiempo no es muy bueno hoy. Malo, bad. The next one is malo, which means bad. The witch in that tale is very bad. La bruja en ese cuento es muy mala. Do you think there are good and bad people? ¿Piensas que hay gente buena y mala? Este estofado está muy malo. This stew is very bad. Poco, little bit. The next one is poco, which means a little bit. I want a bit of this, please. Quiero un poco de eso, por favor. You eat too little. Comes demasiado poco. Mucho, a lot of. ¿Cocinaste mucha comida? You cooked a lot of food. Me gustaría tener mucho tiempo. I would like to have lots of time. Te quiero mucho. I like you a lot. Claro, clear. It's very clear what this means. Está muy claro lo que significa. Is everything clear? ¿Está todo claro? Oscuro, dark. Oscuro, which means dark. Come to the dark side. Ven al lado oscuro. ¿Te da miedo cuando está muy oscuro? Are you scared when it's too dark? Importante, important. My friends are very important to me. Mis amigos son muy importantes para mí. Now is very important. El ahora es muy importante. Libre, free. Libre, which means free. Este asiento está libre. This seat is free. Quiero ser libre como un pájaro. I want to be free as a bird. Alto, high. Alto, which means high. Este edificio es muy alto. This building is very high. The price is very high. El precio está muy alto. Bajo, low. Bajo, which means low. El techo es muy bajo. The roof is very low. Lejos, far. The next one is lejos, which means far. Mi casa está muy lejos de aquí. My house is very far from here. Cerca, close. The next one is cerca, which means close. There's a supermarket close to my house. Hay un supermercado cerca de mi casa. Interesante, interesting. Learning about other cultures is interesting. Aprender de otras culturas es interesante. It would be interesting to know his story. Sería interesante conocer su historia. Aburrido, boring. The next word is aburrido, which means boring. My English teacher used to be very boring. Mi profesora de inglés era muy aburrida. Cleaning is boring. Limpiar es aburrido. Largo, long. The next one is largo, which means long. Me gustan las faldas largas. I like long skirts. Esta carretera es muy larga. This road is very long. Corto, short. The next one is corto, which means short. But we use this with objects, but not with people. Like we would say a person is bajo, but not corto. This composition is very short. Esta redacción es muy corta. Limpio, clean. The next one is limpio, which means clean. Mi habitación nunca está limpia según mi madre. My room is never clean to my mother. Sucio, dirty. The next word is sucio, which means dirty. My hair is very dirty. I need to wash it. Mi pelo está muy sucio. Necesito lavarlo. When I played outside, I used to get very dirty. Cuando jugaba afuera, solía ensuciarme mucho. So this is the end of today's top 25 adjectives in Spanish. I hope you learned something useful and thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Bye. Hi, my name is Rosa, and today we'll be doing the top 25 nouns in Spanish. So let's begin. Nombre, name. The first one is nombre, which means name. My name is Rosa. Mi nombre es Rosa. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? What's your name? The name of my favorite artist is Deftones. El nombre de mi artista favorito es Deftones. Día, day. The next one is día, which means day. Hoy es un buen día. Today it's a good day. My favorite day of the week is Saturday. Mi día favorito de la semana es el sábado. Vida, life. The next one is vida, which means life. Vive la vida, live the life. Año, year. The next one is año, which means year. I was born in the year 1991. Nací en el año 1991. I would like to live in the 20s. Me gustaría vivir en los años 20. This year I want to travel to the United States. Este año quiero viajar a los Estados Unidos. I would like to go to New York. Hora, time. The next one is hora, which means time, an hour. ¿Qué hora es? What time is it? Ahora es la hora del desayuno. Now it's time for breakfast. Estate a la hora allí. Be on time there. Momento, moment. The next one is momento, which is moment. Wait a moment. Espera un momento. Live the moment. Vive el momento. Lugar, place. The next one is lugar, which means place. ¿Cuál es tu lugar favorito? What is your favorite place? Mi lugar favorito de España es Barcelona. My favorite place in Spain is Barcelona. Parte, part. The next one is parte, which means part. Esto es parte de la historia. This is part of the story. Parte de mí quiere volver a estudiar y parte de mí no. Part of me wants to go back to study and part of me doesn't. Tiempo, time. The next one is tiempo, which means time or also weather. What's the weather like? ¿Qué tiempo hace? Her running time was 20 minutes. Su tiempo de carrera fue de 20 minutos. El tiempo pasa muy rápido. Time passes by very quickly. Casa, house, home. The next one is casa, which means house and home. I've never lived in a house. Nunca he vivido en una casa. I would like to live in a beach house. Me gustaría vivir en una casa de playa. Hoy, today. The next one is hoy, which means today. Hoy va a llover. Today it's going to rain. Today I had pancakes for breakfast. Hoy comí tortitas por el desayuno. Hoy tengo muchas cosas que hacer. Today I have lots of things to do. Ayer, yesterday. The next one is ayer, which means yesterday. Ayer estuve grabando otros vídeos. Yesterday I was recording other videos. Yesterday is history. El ayer es historia. Mañana, morning, tomorrow. The next one is mañana, which means morning and also tomorrow. Mañana es mi día libre. Tomorrow it's my day off. Lo primero que hago cuando me levanto por la mañana es desayunar. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is having breakfast. El mañana es un misterio. Tomorrow is a mystery. Semana, week. The next one is semana, which means week. Esta semana estoy viajando. This week I'm traveling. La semana que viene voy a comer los donuts fritos de mi madre. Next week I'm going to eat my mother's fried donuts. Mes, month. The next one is mes, which means month. Mi mes preferido es mayo. My favorite month is May. El mes que viene quiero conseguir mi permiso de conducir. Next month I want to get my driver's license. Hombre, man. The next one is hombre, which means man. Mankind has made a great progress in technology. El hombre ha hecho un enorme progreso en tecnología. Mujer, woman. The next one is mujer, which means woman. Esa mujer trabaja demasiado. That woman works too much. El nombre de su mujer es María. His wife's name is María. Señor, gentleman. The next one is señor, which means gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, señoras y señores. País, country. País, which means country. What's your favorite country? ¿Cuál es tu país preferido? Este país es muy diferente del mío. This country is very different from mine. I like the country Thailand because it has great food. Me gusta el país Tailandia porque su comida es increíble. Mundo, world. The next word is mundo, which means world. When you're, for example, visiting another country and you meet someone from your own country, you can say, el mundo es un pañuelo, the world is a handkerchief, meaning that the world is too small. No me lo creo. I can't believe it. The world is a handkerchief. The world goes round and round. El mundo gira y gira. Ay. Trabajo, work, job. Trabajo, which means work and job. ¿Cuál es tu trabajo? What is your job? Ay. In Spain, a job is normally 40 hours a week. En España, un trabajo normalmente es de 40 horas a la semana. A job that I would like to do would be an illustrator. Persona, person. The next one is persona, which means person. Eres mi persona preferida. You're my favorite person. I am a shy person. Soy una persona tímida. Cosa, thing. The next one is cosa, which means thing. Tengo muchas cosas que hacer. I've got a lot of things to do. The thing I like most about this place is the service. La cosa que me gusta más de este sitio es el servicio. Ciudad, city. The next one is ciudad, which means city. Mi ciudad no es muy grande. My city is not very big. Very big cities can be a bit stressful for me. Las ciudades muy grandes pueden ser un poco estresantes para mí. Agua, water. The next one is agua, which means water. Tu cuerpo es 2/3 de agua. Your body is 2/3 of water. Bring a bottle of water with you when you exercise. Lleva una botella de agua cuando hagas ejercicio. Música, music. The next one is música, which means music. Hace algunos años solo escuchaba música hardcore. Some years ago, I only listened to hardcore music. And this is the end of today's Top 25 Nouns in Spanish. Thank you for watching, and I hope you learned something useful today. Don't forget to subscribe. Bye. The world is a handkerchief. Hi everybody, I'm Rosa from SpanishPod101.com. Do you know how to say I love you in Spanish? In this lesson, you'll learn 3 different ways to say I love you and a special phrase for Valentine's Day. Let's start with the most common phrase. Te amo. Te amo. I love you. This phrase is direct. You should use it only when you are confessing your love. If you want to be less direct, you can use this phrase. Significas mucho para mí. Significas mucho para mí. It means, you mean so much to me. Now, if you want to be more romantic in expressing your love for someone, you can say this phrase. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. It means, words cannot describe my love for you. Now you know 3 different ways to say I love you in Spanish. And here's one more. What if you want to spend Valentine's Day with someone special? In that case, you can say, ¿Quieres ser mi Valentín? ¿Quieres ser mi Valentín? It means, will you be my Valentine? Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned. Listen to the expression and repeat after me. I love you. Te amo. Te amo. You mean so much to me. Significas mucho para mí. Significas mucho para mí. Words cannot describe my love for you. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti.
Will you be my Valentine? ¿Quieres ser mi Valentín? ¿Quieres ser mi Valentín? Well done! Here's a fun fact. Do you know which songs are most often dedicated to lovers on Valentine's Day in Spain? Some of the most frequently dedicated songs by people in love on this day are Me Enamora by Juanes, Juntos by Paloma San Basilio, and Si tú no estás by El Sueño de Morfeo. You just learned 3 different ways to say I love you in Spanish, and 1 special phrase for Valentine's Day. Also, don't forget to download your free cheat sheet on how to be a good lover in Spain, including words for romance, compliments, and pickup lines. Check out the description below and go to SpanishPod101.com now. I'll see you next time. Nos vemos.
Okay. Yes.
No. Nos vemos. How are your Spanish listening skills? First, you'll see an image and hear the question in Spanish. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end.
Un hombre y una mujer están viendo el menú en un restaurante. ¿Qué ordenó el hombre?
¿Qué te gustaría ordenar?
Esta pizza se ve deliciosa. La ordenaré.
Yo comí pizza ayer, así que...
Ay, entonces, ¿cómo ves esta hamburguesa?
Suena bien. La ordenaré.
¿Qué ordenó el hombre? Un hombre y una mujer están viendo el menú en un restaurante. ¿Qué ordenó el hombre?
¿Qué te gustaría ordenar?
Esta pizza se ve deliciosa. La ordenaré.
Yo comí pizza ayer, así que...
Ay, entonces, ¿cómo ves esta hamburguesa?
Suena bien. La ordenaré.
Did you get it right? I hope you learned something from this quiz. Let us know if you have any questions. See you next time!
Hi everyone! Do you know how to say I love you in Spanish? In this lesson, you'll learn 3 different ways to say it. Let's start with how to express your feelings to your loved one.
Te amo. Te amo. Te amo.
Or if you want to explain those butterflies in your stomach, you can say,
Me estoy enamorando de ti. Me estoy enamorando de ti. Me estoy enamorando de ti.
And when you feel that I love you is not enough, you can say,
Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti. Las palabras no pueden describir mi amor por ti.
You just learned 3 different ways to say I love you in Spanish. And if you're interested in learning more, don't forget to download your free Romance and Love cheat sheet, which includes romantic words, compliments, and pickup lines. Check out the description below and go to SpanishPod101.com now. See you next time!
Hola a todos, soy Lucía. Hi everybody, I am Lucía. Welcome to SpanishPod101.com. Español en 3 minutos, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. In the last lesson, we learned some words used when apologizing in Spanish, including disculpe and perdón. In this lesson, we are going to learn numbers in Spanish. Yes, numbers. Los números. From 1 to 10. And you are going to learn them in only 3 minutes. 3 minutos. Are you ready? Let's start. 1. 1. 2. 2. 3. 3. 4. 4. 5. 5. 6. 6. 7. 7. 8. 8. 9. 9. 10. 10. Okay, now repeat after me. I will say the numbers and give you time to repeat each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great job! What's before uno? Do you know? It's similar to English, but has a slightly different pronunciation. Cero. Cero. You don't have any more excuses. Now, you can give your phone number to friends in Spanish. Let's do it together. We will use the phrase mi número es, which means my number is. Mi número es. Mi número es 9, 3, 5, 5, 4, 2, 7, 6, 1, 8. Now it's time for Lucia's insights. When we go to the post office in Peru, we sometimes have to stand in line with a number. They will scream número uno, número dos, and so on. Learn your numbers well so you can be ready. Do you know the Spanish word for 100? Here is a hint. It's similar to a common English word. In the next lesson, we are going to learn the numbers from 11 to 100 in Spanish. Your task now is to practice the number we study in this lesson, from 1 to 10. Hasta la próxima. See you soon. Hola a todos, soy Lucía. Hi everyone, I am Lucía. Welcome to SpanishPod101.com. Español en 3 minutos, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. In the last lesson, we learned how to introduce ourselves in Spanish. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to use good manners as we thank people. ¿Están listos? Are you ready? Empecemos. Let's start. There are several ways to thank someone. Let's start with the easiest. It's just one word. Gracias. Gracias. Gracias means thank you. To say thank you very much, you just need to add muchas before it. Muchas means very or a lot. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. For a simple thanks, gracias will be enough. If you want to say more than just thanks, muchas gracias is good to use. Now, how do you respond to thank you in Spanish? It's easy. The most common way to say you're welcome is de nada. De nada. Nada means nothing. So, de nada literally means it's nothing. So we use it to mean you're welcome. So when someone says gracias to you, you can simply reply with de nada. Now it's time for Lucia's insights. If you're not sure about whether to use gracias or muchas gracias, keeping it simple is always your safest bet. You don't have to worry about formal or informal situations. Gracias can be used with just about anyone, anywhere, and at any time. Do you know how to say goodbye to your friends in Spanish? In our next lesson, we will learn these and other greetings. Hasta la próxima. See you then.
In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Spanish. Hi everybody, my name is Rosa. Welcome to the 800 Core Spanish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Spanish. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at SpanishPod101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master Spanish. Okay, let's get started. First is hola. Hello. Hola. Hola. Hello. Cuando conozco a alguien por primera vez, me gusta decir hola. When I first meet someone, I like to say hello. Cuando conozco a alguien por primera vez, me gusta decir hola. Disculpe. Excuse me. Disculpe. Disculpe. Excuse me. Disculpe. Me gustaría ir al ayuntamiento. Excuse me. I'd like to go to the city hall. Disculpe. Me gustaría ir al ayuntamiento. Lo siento. I'm sorry. Lo siento. Lo siento. I'm sorry. Lo siento. No está aquí ahora mismo. I'm sorry. He's not here right now. Lo siento. No está aquí ahora mismo. Buenas noches. Good night. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Good night. Los niños vienen a la planta de abajo para decirnos buenas noches. The kids come downstairs to tell us good night. Los niños vienen a la planta de abajo para decirnos buenas noches. Encantado de conocerte. Nice to meet you. Encantado de conocerte. Encantado de conocerte. Nice to meet you. Encantado de conocerle, señor. Nice to meet you, sir. Encantado de conocerle, señor. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? How are you? ¿Qué hay de nuevo? ¿Cómo estás? What's new? How are you? ¿Qué hay de nuevo? ¿Cómo estás? Sí. Yes. Sí. Sí. Yes. Sí. Está buenísimo. Yes. It's delicious. Sí. Está buenísimo. No. 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 Señal de no. No sign. Señal de no. Gracias. Thank you. Gracias. Gracias. Thank you. Gracias por venir. Thank you for coming. Gracias por venir. Me llamo. I'm name. Me llamo. Me llamo. I'm name. Me llamo John. I'm John. Me llamo John. Adiós. Goodbye. Adiós. Adiós. Goodbye. Estaba triste por decirle adiós a su novio. She was sad to say goodbye to her boyfriend. Estaba triste por decirle adiós a su novio. Malo. Bad. Malo. Malo. Bad. El hombre es malo. The man is bad. El hombre es malo. Bueno. Good. Bueno. Bueno. Good. Las verduras son buenas para ti. Vegetables are good for you. Las verduras son buenas para ti. Guapa. Pretty. Guapa. Guapa. Pretty. Es guapa. She is pretty. Es guapa. Feo. Ugly. Feo. Feo. Ugly. Rostro feo. Ugly face. Rostro feo. Fácil. Easy. Fácil. Fácil. Easy. Decisión fácil. Easy decision. Decisión fácil. Difícil. Difficult. Difícil. Difícil. Difficult. Muy difícil. Very difficult. Muy difícil. Cerca. Near. Cerca. Cerca. Near. La manzana está cerca de la naranja. The apple is near the orange. La manzana está cerca de la naranja. Lejos. Far. Lejos. Lejos. Far. La mujer está viendo algo a lo lejos. The woman is looking at something far away. La mujer está viendo algo a lo lejos. Pequeño. Small. Pequeño. Pequeño. Small. Muy pequeña. Very small. Muy pequeña. Remember, the goal of this series is to build a vocabulary of the 800 most common words and phrases in Spanish. If that sounds like a lot, don't worry, we can help you. Click the link in the description to access the full list. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard text, and more learning resources at SpanishPod101.com. See you next time. Adiós.
Hola, soy Brenda, tu profesora de español. Hoy vamos a ver una de las diferencias entre el pretérito y el imperfecto. Today, we're going to have a look at one of the differences between the pretérito and el imperfecto. As you know, we have two different Spanish tenses for the simple past in Spanish, and that is the pretérito or pasado simple and the imperfecto. So one of the main differences that I always tell my students is that el pretérito is going to move the story forward. The story. Is that the pretérito is going to move the story forward. So the pretérito is the one that is going to tell the story. This happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened. On the other hand, el imperfecto is going to describe in a story, is going to describe the setting, how the characters, who was involved in the story, what was the day like? What was that person like? Who were you with? What were you feeling? So anything that is a description in a story in the past will use the imperfecto and not the pretérito. That's the main difference. So with the imperfecto, we're going to get information and we're going to describe the setting, the time, the people, the feelings, everything that is related to the description of the story. And with the pretérito, what we are going to do is move the story forward. We're going to tell the story. The pretérito will say what happened, and the imperfecto will say who was there, where were you, is going to set up the story. Have a look at this example. Eran las 2 de la mañana. Hacía mucho frío y llovía. Estaba con Romina en una habitación muy oscura que tenía muy poca luz. De repente escuchamos un ruido muy fuerte. Con miedo caminamos hasta la cocina. Encendimos la luz y vimos al gato del vecino. ¡Qué susto! Muy bien, so as you can see in this example, at the beginning I was describing the story, the setting of the story. What time it was, eran las 2 de la mañana. What was the weather like? Hacía frío y llovía. Who I was with, estaba con Romina. Where were we? En una habitación muy oscura que tenía poca luz. So I'm describing the room. Can you see? Now I have a question for you. What happened? Up until that point, absolutely nothing. We are just describing the setting, and that's why we are using the imperfecto. Now is when the story starts, and I'm going to tell you what actually happened, and I'm going to use the pretérito for that. I said, de repente. That's a great clue that will tell us specifically that we're going to use the pretérito. We're talking about a story, something that happened. De repente, escuchamos un ruido. We heard a noise. Okay, that's something that happened, number one. Caminamos hasta la cocina. Okay, so we walked there. Encendimos la luz. We turned the light on. Vimos al gato del vecino. We saw the neighbor's cat. So as you can see, all these actions were in the pretérito because we are telling the story, we're moving the story forward, we're telling you what happened. Muy bien, estudiantes. I really hope that you can understand a little bit better this aspect and the main differences in storytelling specifically when we use the pretérito versus when we use the imperfecto. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next class. Adiós.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Spanish. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Leah.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Spanish grammar. Word order refers to the order in which words are structured to form a sentence in a given language. Consider the English sentence, I read books. If we break down the English sentence, I read books, we can see that the subject I is presented first, followed by the verb read, and then finally the object, books, is positioned last. The basic word order for English, then, is subject, verb, object, or SVO for short.
Now, let's compare that same sentence, I read books, in Spanish. Yo leo libros. If we break down the Spanish sentence, we get the subject, yo, meaning I. Then comes the verb, leo, meaning read. And finally, we have the object, libros, meaning books. The word order for basic Spanish, then, is subject, verb, object, or SVO for short.
As you can see, the word order for sentences in Spanish is the same as that of English. This means that you can essentially swap out English words for Spanish words in an English sentence to convert it to Spanish. So imagine you wanted to say, I ate an apple, but in Spanish. Just swap out the words.
I in Spanish is yo. Ate in Spanish is comí. An is una, and apple is manzana. Altogether, it's yo comí una manzana.
So, I ate an apple in Spanish is
yo comí una manzana.
You can form nearly all basic sentences in Spanish just by following the SVO word order. We just saw how easy it was to form basic sentences in Spanish and how similar it was to forming basic English sentences. Luckily, it's actually even easier to form sentences in Spanish than it is in English. That's because Spanish is much more flexible when it comes to word order compared to English. Let's go back to the two examples we used earlier. More often than not, if we wanted to say, I read books and I ate an apple in Spanish, we would not usually say,
yo leo libros, yo comí una manzana.
But instead, we would just say,
leo libros, comí una manzana.
Notice how the subject I is omitted from the sentence. This is how most Spanish sentences are constructed and spoken in real life.
When it's clear who or what the subject is, most Spanish speakers would omit the subject altogether. Yo leo libros and yo comí una manzana would only be used if the subject is unclear or if you wanted to place a stronger emphasis on the subject, as if to say, I am the one who reads books, or I was the one who ate the apple.
So, most of the time, we can actually express any simple action in Spanish with just two words, the verb and the object in Spanish. So far, we've only looked at affirmative sentences in Spanish. But what if you wanted to make the sentence negative?
Well, that's very easy as well. All you have to do is just add no before the verb and that's it.
So, I don't read books would be
no leo libros. Same thing for I didn't eat an apple. Just add no before the verb. No comí una manzana. And that's all there is to it.
Once again, it's much simpler to form questions in Spanish than it is in English.
There's actually a variety of different methods of forming a question in Spanish. Let's go through some of them. Will seem a little strange if we ask our own selves a question in Spanish. So let's introduce a new subject. Let's go with Juan, a very typical Spanish name. So instead of I read books, we now have Juan reads books. Juan lee libros.
The simplest way we can turn that statement into a question is by just raising our intonation at the end of the sentence.
Juan lee libros? Meaning, does Juan read books?
In conversation, we just need to raise the intonation at the end to express that it's a question. In writing, however, we have to include the question mark at the end, just like in English. But unlike English, questions in Spanish are marked with an inverted question mark at the beginning of the question as well.
Juan lee libros?
Another simple way we can turn a statement into a question is by adding a question tag at the end of a sentence. One question tag in English, for example, is right? Something something statement, right? It works in exactly the same way in Spanish.
Juan lee libros, no? Juan reads books, doesn't he?
The final way to make a sentence in Spanish is to actually switch the verb and the subject. So statements in Spanish would normally be SVO, but to formulate a question, it'll be VSO. The verb and subject are switched.
¿Lee Juan libros? meaning does Juan read books?
All of these questions mean the same thing, but they're not completely identical. There are tiny nuances that go along with the method you use to formulate a question.
The first and last examples appear to have exactly the same meaning, but Juan lee libros places a greater emphasis on Juan because the subject appears first in the sentence, as opposed to lee Juan libros, where the emphasis is on the verb.
As you can see, there are many ways to form basic questions in Spanish. In this lesson, you learned about the word order of Spanish, how to form affirmative and negative sentences, about the omission of the subject, and how to form questions. We've covered only the very basics of Spanish grammar. If you're interested in learning more, check out our Spanish in 3 Minutes video series. In that course, we teach you useful phrases while covering the fundamentals of Spanish grammar, and each lesson is only 3 minutes long. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Spanish writing. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi, my name is Rosa, and today we will be doing the top 25 phrases in Spanish. So the first one is hola, hello. Hola, which means hello. Hola is a very casual way to greet someone, so you can say hola to your friends, and hola to your family, and hola to everyone. Adios, goodbye. Adios is goodbye. I don't know why, but to me, adios sounds a bit harsh, so I don't really like saying adios. It sounds like you're not going to see that person again, maybe. So instead of adios, I would maybe use hasta luego, which is see you later. Buenos días, good morning. The next one is buenos días, which is good morning. Yep, you say it when you see someone in the morning. So, buenos días. Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Buenas tardes, which is good afternoon. Buenas tardes is used from 12 p.m. on. So yeah, maybe you are having lunch and you see someone, so you say, buenas tardes. Buenas noches, good night. The next one is buenas noches, which means good night. Say like goodbye. When you are going to sleep, you say buenas noches. Is the last thing you say. Buenas noches. Sí, yes. The next phrase is sí, which means yes. For example, if someone asks me, do you want a slice of cheesecake? I would say sí. No, no. The next phrase is no, which means no. For example, do you want to do your homework? No. Nos vemos. See you later. The next one is nos vemos, which is see you later. Very casual. So yeah, you can say it to your friends or yeah, to your family, whatever, when you want to say like goodbye, see you soon. Hasta mañana. See you tomorrow. The next one is hasta mañana, which means see you tomorrow. For example, if you are at the university and you want to say goodbye to your friends, which you won't be seeing until tomorrow, you would say hasta mañana. ¿Cuál es tu nombre? What is your name? So the next phrase is ¿cuál es tu nombre? Which means what is your name? Mi nombre es Rosa. And yeah, what is your name? Tell me. Yo soy Rosa. I am Rosa. The next phrase is yo soy plus your name. So in my case, yo soy Rosa. And it means I am Rosa. What's your name? Encantado de conocerle. Nice to meet you. The next phrase is encantado de conocerle, which is nice to meet you. But the thing is that encantado de conocerle is a bit formal. So if you want to say it to your friends or, I don't know, family, you could say encantado de conocerte. Encantada de conocerte. Gracias. Thank you. The next phrase is gracias, which is thank you. If you want to say thank you very much, you say muchas gracias. Thank you for watching this video. Gracias por ver este video. Thank you. De nada. You're welcome. And the next phrase is de nada, which means you're welcome. So yep, whenever someone says thank you to you, make sure to say de nada. No hay de qué. Don't mention it. The next phrase is no hay de qué. Don't mention it. So if you do a favor to someone and that someone says thank you to you, gracias, you could say no hay de qué. Por favor. Please. The next one is por favor, which means please. So if you want to ask for a favor to someone, you would say por favor. Por favor, suscribiros a este canal. Please subscribe to this channel. Perdón, sorry. The next one is perdón, which is sorry. If you haven't heard something properly and you want the other person to repeat it, you can say perdón. Lo siento, sorry. The next one is lo siento, I'm sorry. So if you did something wrong, that's what you say. So, for example, if you get late to class, you would say to the teacher, lo siento, bienvenidos, welcome. The next one is bienvenidos, which is welcome, bienvenido. If someone is coming to your house, you can say bienvenidos. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? The next one is ¿cómo estás?, which means how are you? It's not a formal way to say it, but maybe a more informal way would be ¿qué tal? But yeah, I think you can use ¿cómo estás?, like with almost everyone. Like sometimes when you ask ¿cómo estás?, you want like a more in-depth answer. Like you don't want a simple I'm fine, but you really want to know how that person is. But maybe ¿qué tal? Is more casual, it's just like, you just want to hear I'm fine, thank you. For example, if you ask someone, ¿cómo estás? That person could tell you, I'm not very good, I lost my job and I'm trying to find a new one, but something like that. ¿Qué hora es? What time is it? The next one is ¿qué hora es? What time is it? So now it's 4 o'clock, las 4 en punto. ¿Cuánto es? How much? The next one is ¿cuánto es? How much? So when you enter a shop and you want to know the price of something, you can say ¿cuánto es? Also, you can say ¿cuánto cuesta? It's the same thing. ¿Qué es eso? What is that? The next one is ¿qué es eso? What is that? Yeah, you can point at something and ask ¿qué es eso? ¿En dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? The next one is ¿en dónde está el baño? Where is the bathroom? Yeah, very useful phrase to know. So, for example, if you are in a restaurant and you want to go to the bathroom, you can ask the waiter, ¿dónde está el baño? And then the waiter indicates you and yeah, you go to the bathroom. No lo comprendo. I don't understand. The next one is no lo comprendo, which is I don't understand it. If someone is talking to you and you are a bit lost, you can say lo siento, sorry, no lo comprendo, I don't understand. If they are nice, they will try to explain it better to you. Also, instead of comprendo, you can also say entiendo. So, no lo entiendo. It would be the same thing. This is the end. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed these top 25 phrases in Spanish and don't forget to subscribe. Bye! I am a bit shy, I don't know.
Welcome to SpanishPod101.com. Español en 3 minutos. The fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. Hola, soy Lucia. Mucho gusto. Hi, I'm Lucia. Nice to meet you. In this series, we're going to learn basic Spanish phrases. It's super easy and it only takes 3 minutes. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to introduce yourself in Spanish. You will be surprised at how easy it is. Are you ready? Listen again to my introduction. Hola, soy Lucia. Mucho gusto. Hi, I'm Lucia. Nice to meet you. Hola, soy Lucia. Mucho gusto. The first word is hola, which means hi or hello. After that comes soy, which means I am. Hola, soy, and then your name. Hola, soy Lucia means hi, I'm Lucia. Finally, say mucho gusto, which means nice to meet you. So all together it is, hola, soy Lucia, mucho gusto. Hi, I'm Lucia, nice to meet you. It's a polite and common way to greet someone. There is also another way to say your name. Instead of soy Lucia, you could say me llamo Lucia. Me llamo literally means I call myself, but we use it to mean my name is. Hola, me llamo Lucia. Mucho gusto. Hi, my name is Lucia. Nice to meet you. Hola, me llamo Lucia. Mucho gusto. Again, let's take a look at these two ways to introduce yourself. Hola, soy Lucia. Mucho gusto. Hi, I'm Lucia. Nice to meet you. Hola, me llamo Lucia. Mucho gusto. Hi, my name is Lucia. Nice to meet you. Now it's time for Lucia's Insights. People in Spanish-speaking countries greet each other by shaking hands. But depending on the situation, we often kiss each other on the cheek. So don't be surprised if this happens to you. Do you know how we say thank you in Spanish? You will learn how to say these and many other words in the next lesson. Hasta la próxima. See you then. Hola a todos, soy Lucia. Hi everybody, I'm Lucia. Welcome to SpanishPod101.com's Español en 3 minutos, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. In the last lesson, we learned the most common greeting in Spanish. Do you remember them? In this lesson, we are going to learn a very useful phrase. Do you speak English? If you're in a situation where you need help in English, this phrase can be a lifesaver. Here is a formal way to say it. Habla inglés? Habla inglés? Again, this means, do you speak English? The word habla is a form of the verb hablar, which means to speak. This is the formal way to say you speak. Hablar is known as a AR verb because it ends in AR. Most AR verbs conjugate in a similar way. To learn how to properly conjugate AR verbs, like hablar, please check out our Absolute Beginner series on SpanishPod101.com. Now, let's make this sentence informal. This is done by adding an S to the end of habla. When we do that, we get hablas. Altogether, hablas inglés? Hablas inglés? This is the informal way to ask, do you speak English? The responses you receive could be one of these three. Sí, hablo inglés. Yes, I speak English. Sí, hablo inglés. Sí, hablo un poco. Yes, I speak a little. Sí, hablo un poco. No, no hablo inglés. No, I don't speak English. No hablo inglés. In all of these, hablo means I speak. In the last one, we have no hablo, which is the negative form. It means I don't speak. Now it's time for Lucia's Insights. If you want to ask about a different language, just change the word inglés. Here are some language names to get you started. Italiano for Italian. Ruso for Russian. Francés for French. Alemán for German. Do you know how to say I'm sorry in Spanish? In the next lesson, you will learn how to apologize and more. Hasta la próxima. See you then. Hola a todos, soy Lucia. Hi everybody, I'm Lucia. Welcome to SpanishPod101.com's Español en 3 minutos, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn Spanish. In the last lesson, we learned how to show thanks by saying gracias. In this lesson, we will learn some of the most common greetings used in Spanish. ¿Están listos? Are you ready? Empecemos, let's start. The most used informal greeting is hola. Hola. Hola means hi or hello. We can use it in formal and informal situations at any time of day. It's very convenient. Hola. Now, let's look at some greetings that are used at certain times of day. First is good morning. Good morning in Spanish is buenos días. Buenos días. Buenos días literally means good day, but we use it to mean good morning. During the day, we say buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes means good afternoon. This can be used all day as long as it's light outside. Again, buenas tardes. When it starts to get dark, you can switch to this. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches means good evening or good night, depending on the situation. If you're greeting someone in the evening, it means good evening. If you're speaking to someone before you go to sleep, it means good night. Again, that's buenas noches. Now, you can greet people in many different ways in Spanish. Let's review them all again. As a general greeting, hola. In the morning, buenos días. In the afternoon or during the day, buenas tardes. In the evening or at night, buenas noches. Pretty easy, right? Now it's time for Lucia's insights. If you're not sure which greeting is right to use, buenos días, buenas tardes, or buenas noches, just remember that hola can be used at any time of day. During the next lesson, you will learn the meaning of habla inglés. Do you already know it? In our next lesson, you will learn this phrase and more. Hasta la próxima. See you then.
Hi, my name is Rosa. Today we'll be doing the top 25 verbs in Spanish. So let's go. Ser, be. The first one is ser, which is the verb to be. To be is more related to who you are. Like, for example, I am Rosa, yo soy Rosa, quiero ser una ilustradora. I want to be an illustrator, but I don't draw very well, so I don't know. Estar, be. The next one is estar, which is also to be. So you can use it, for example, if you are in a place. I'm in a café. Estoy en una cafetería. I am happy. Estoy contenta. The adjectives you use with estar speak of something like more transitory. But when you use the verb ser, the last one, it's about something more permanent. So, for example, yo soy Rosa, I am Rosa, and I will be Rosa tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But, for example, it is cloudy, está nublado with the verb estar. It doesn't mean that tomorrow it will also be cloudy. Ir, go. The next one is ir, to go. So ir is an irregular verb, so the conjugation is a bit different. I am going to do something. Voy a hacer algo. Venir, come. The next one is venir, which is come. He comes at 7. Él viene a las 7. And that means that he comes to this place where I am now. Tomar, take. The next one is tomar, which means take. You grab something. ¿Tomas algo? Yo tomo mi botella de agua. I take my bottle of water. Comer, eat. Well, I love this one. The next one is comer, which is eat. I like eating too much. Me gusta comer demasiado. I love also like sweet potatoes. Usar, use. The next one is usar, which means use. Ropa usada, used clothes. Uso mi teléfono. I use my mobile phone. Yeah, I bought it yesterday. I use my ears to listen. Uso mis orejas para escuchar. Where I live is a very small city, so I don't use a car. No uso un coche, but I use my feet. Uso mis piernas. Querer, want, desire, love. So the next one is querer, which can be translated as want, desire, love. For example, I love you is te quiero. But for example, you can also say, I want an ice cream. Quiero un helado. I want to be a singer. Quiero ser cantante. Yeah, I like singing too. Hacer, do. The next one is hacer, which means to do. So you can, for example, do your homework, hacer los deberes. You could also translate it as make. We don't differentiate between do and make in Spanish. For example, if you make a soup, you could say hacer una sopa. I look like a witch. Exercise. You can say hacer ejercicio. Tener, have. The next one is tener, which is to have. I have friends. That sounds so sad. Tengo amigos. I have a dog. Tengo un perro. I have to eat more vegetables. Tengo que comer más verduras. Haber, have, has. So the next one is haber. So for example, you can use it as an auxiliary verb, as you do in English. I have done this. Yo he, from the verb haber, hecho esto. You can also use it by itself. There is. Hay chocolate en el armario. There's chocolate in the cupboard. Gustar, like. The next one is gustar, which means like. I like you. Me gustas. Me gusta pasear. I like going for a walk. Dar, give. The next one is dar, which means to give. I give you my favorite book. Te doy mi libro preferido. I like a lot Haruki Murakami's books. You can also say te doy las gracias. For example, if you want to give a present, you don't really know what to give, you can give them a box of chocolates. Tú das una caja de bombones. They'll be happy receiving them. Trabajar, work. The next one is trabajar, to work. I work as a secretary. Trabajo de secretaria. I work a lot. Trabajo mucho. Oír, hear. The next one is oír, to hear. You are receiving sounds, but it doesn't mean that you're like paying a lot of attention to that. I hear the birds when I wake up. Oigo a los pájaros cuando me levanto. Escuchar, listen. The next one is escuchar, which means to listen. So in this case, you are like paying attention to that you're hearing. I like listening to music while I study. Me gusta escuchar música mientras estudio. Hablar, speak, talk. The next one is hablar, which means to speak and talk. I speak Spanish, hablo español. I talk to my friends, hablo con mis amigas. Antes tenía el pelo muy largo, pero un fin de semana se me fue un poco la cabeza y decidí pegarme un tijeretazo y ahora tengo el pelo así bastante corto. Ver, see, understand. The next one is ver, which means to see and understand. I see you, te veo. Veo esa serie todos los días. I like watching that series every day. Mirar, look, watch, consider. The next one is mirar, which can be translated as look and watch and consider. Mirar something, it means that you are like consciously paying attention to that. I like watching people passing by. Me gusta mirar a la gente pasar. Poder, can. The next one is poder, can. Yes, we can. I can jump very high. Puedo saltar muy alto. I can eat very spicy food. Puedo comer comida muy picante. Decir, say, tell, call. The next one is decir. So, for example, she said it was okay. Ella dijo que estaba bien. Always say thank you. Di siempre gracias. Oler, smell. The next one is oler, which means smell. It smells bad, huele mal. I love smelling jasmine. Me gusta oler las flores de jazmín. Sentir, feel, experience, perceive. The next one is sentir, which is feel, experience, perceive. I haven't slept much, so I feel a bit tired. Me siento un poco cansada. Dejar, leave. The next one is dejar, which means to leave. Dejo la llave aquí. I leave the key here. Necesitar, need, require. The next one is necesitar. Necesito ropa nueva, which is not really true. I need new clothes. I need to eat just after waking up. Necesito comer justo después de levantarme. If not, I will get like very grumpy. Yep, this is the end. I hope you liked this video and you learned a lot with these top 25 verbs in Spanish. And please don't forget to subscribe. Thank you.
Remember, here's what you can do to learn all of these words by heart. Drill these words with our spaced repetition flashcards, which will help cement these words into your long-term memory. Save them to the word bank, your personal vocabulary collection, where you can print out your own study sheets, or review the words with our looped vocabulary slideshow, and play it until you know all of the words. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to get these lessons and study tools.